I know you would. Morning, Mary. I was hoping you would be doing good right now. Maybe after a good day after does, maybe after the Northeast. Five-minute call. This is a 5-minute call. Yearling Rams with Steve Ruffin. Pivot Yearling Rams 5-minute call. The Hampshire Show.
Judging our national shows today, the National Hampshire Show in the Fitted Division is being judged by Gary Saylor of Bell Center, Ohio. Gary is an auctioneer and area claims supervisor for Diversified Crop Insurance Services. He's also raised and exhibited polled Dorsets for 40 years. And working our Shropshire show today is Bill Bryant of Fredericktown, Ohio. Bill is a full-time farmer, and he raises Shropshire sheep. He's on the Ohio Shropshire Board, and he's also raises Percheron horses. Bill enjoys helping his niece and nephew at all the shows. Let's welcome both Bill Bryant and Gary Saylor to your shows this morning.
Good morning, everybody. It's a privilege to be here to judge the Shropshire show today. We're going to start with the yearling ram here on top. He's just massive down his top. He has adequate breed character. Second place ram, probably a little better on his breed character, a little more white wool there, just not quite as thick as that ram on top or enough lower leg. Over third, he just a little longer from that 13th rib. The second place just a little longer from that 13th rib back, but yet I'd like to change his head just a little bit to move him up a place or two. The ram in fourth just needs to track out a little more easier and freer than the three rams ahead of him, as well as the fourth place ram, which is the biggest ram in the class, but he just doesn't track well enough on those rear legs for me today. Thanks. Keep it, or does he got to have two? Throw it to that guy there. They say you get on pretty good starter though.
Thank you, God. Thank God it's not Mike Bishop.
Do what?
Oh, God. Gary and I worked All-America Junior Show.
Oh, yeah. Picture left.
Okay. Your green is gold.
Well, good morning. Certainly a privilege to be here to line up your Hampshire fitted division here this morning. A nice class of yearling rams to kick off your show today. We've got a big, massive ram here I'm going to start this particular class with. Tremendous amount of width, dimension down this ram's top. He's really nice out over that tail head. Maybe like to lengthen him out a little bit, but he's just a total package that wins this first class for me today. A little bigger, taller ram here in second place. Sure appreciate this ram for his cleanness up through that front end. He's got some extension up through that neck and shoulder. Not quite as nice when you handle him down through his top. He's not nearly as nice from his hooks to his pins. We're going to land him in the 2-hole today. Real attractive ram here in third place. Really like this ram when you get your hands on him. He's given up a little size and dimension as compared to the two rams above him today. Carrying probably the most amount of wool of the three rams in the class. Certainly an eye-appealing ram. You like him up through his front end. You like him on his feet and legs. Just giving up a little bit of power as compared to those first two rams in class. I like him in third. Our fourth place ram, extreme pattern kind of ram, a ram that really narrows up in his base width when I see him walk about the show ring. We're going to use him to finish up our class today. Nice class of rams to start your day off. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Thank you, sir.
Placing on the Shropshire yearling ram class, first place to entry 1, Clark, 14,128. Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Second to entry number 6, D. Hicks, 15-27. Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Third to entry 5, Dalton Payne, Agency, Missouri. 4 to entry 3, WEG and I-80 flocks, Geneva, Nebraska. 5 to entry 4, Eric Merzinski Farms, Rolling Prairie, Indiana. And 6 to entry 2, David Harrell, Bargersville, Indiana. Placing on the Hampshire class of fitted yearling rams, first to entry 9, Rabbit Creek, 1514, Rabbit Creek Sheep Farms, LLC, Elko, Nevada. Second to entry 5, Strawberry Fields, 1522, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. Third place to entry 7, Plaza Hamps, Agency, Missouri. And 4 to entry 8, Bobendreyer Hampshires, Pipestone, Minnesota.
We only got one fall ram lamb in this class, but yet another nice top, good breed type, plenty of white wool, carries down over that dock, nice straight and level. Congratulations.
For the Shropshires, now ready to show for Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion Ram. Placing on the Senior Ram Lamb class for the Shropshires, first place to Fritz, 241, Caleb Fritz, Middleton, Tennessee.
There we go. We got 3 rams out here for our champion drive, which represent the breed pretty well. They got good breed type, plenty of muscle. They walk straight. They walk good on those feet and legs. With that, I'll go out and shake the hands of the champion in reserve.
Thank you, sir.
For the Shropshire Show, our senior champion ram is the yearling ram. Entry 1, Clark, 14128, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. The reserve senior champion was second in that yearling ram class, D. Hicks, 1527, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Now ready for Shropshire, early junior ram lambs. Early junior ram lambs.
Again, a super class here in our fall ram lamb class. Got some differences. Some differences up here in the top 5 of this particular class. Certainly got an eye-appealing ram here that wins this class. Really like this ram on his feet and legs. The bone work about him, a pretty package to look at. He's straight and true down that top line, handles with a tremendous amount of length. Probably not near as far along in his development at this point as the 2 rams in second and third. But really a pretty package in this ram. His overall structural correctness, his Hampshire breed type, that's going to win the class for me today. Thick made ram here in second place, where he beats our third place rams. His overall bone, a tremendous amount of bone in this buck, really thick down through that top, carries out level and square out through that hip. Just a real good package here in second plate. Our third place ram, a little finer boned than our second place ram in class. He's a little more bowled up through that front end for me today than our second place ram. Doesn't handle quite as nice down that top as our second place ram, but two rams that are similar about their type and kind. We're going to use him in the 3-hole today. Then a more extreme made ram here in fourth place. Ram that's got some eye appeal when you stand back and look at him from the profile. He narrows up a little bit from his base width when you see him walk about the show ring today. Doesn't handle with near as much width and thickness down through that top as our 2 rams here in second and third above him in class. A little thicker made ram here in fifth place in this class. Really like this ram for his bone work. He's really bowled up through that front end, up down through that chest floors compared to our first 4 rams in this class. He shortens up a little bit from profile. We're going to use him in the 5-hole today. I think nice group of rams, especially up here in this top 5. Some differences in type and kind, but that's okay. A really good class to sort through. Congratulations.
For the Hampshires, now ready to show for Senior Champion, Reserve Senior Champion Ram. Placing on that Senior Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry 19, held 15-1742. Jeff Held, Aurora, South Dakota. Second place to entry 17, Caskey, 5650, Pine Lawn Farms, the Caskey family, Holland, Minnesota. Third to 15, Nickel Sheep Farm, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. 4 to 16, Dusty Fuller, Clark, South Dakota. 5 to 13, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. 6 to entry number 14, Amanda King, Petaluma, California. 7 to entry 11, Bill Chapin, Coal City, Illinois.
Nice group of 4 individuals out here in your Senior Champion Ram Drive. Certainly not going to take the time to talk about these bucks again. We've already done that one time. I think we've got some consistencies out here in these rams. For me today, your Senior Champion Ram is going to be our first place Fall Ram Lamb. For Reserve Senior, we're going to go in the same class with your second place Fall Ram Lamb. Congratulations.
For the Hampshire Fitted Show, our senior champion is entry 19, first in the Senior Ram Lamb class, held 15-1742. Jeff Held, Aurora, South Dakota. Reserve was second in that class, entry 17, Caskey, 5650, Pine Lawn Farms, Caskey family, Holland, Minnesota. Now ready for January Ram Lambs, Hampshire Fitted January Ram Lambs to the ring.
We got a nice class of January ram lambs here. Got a really close placing to the top. The difference for me is the first place ram just a little cleaner through that front end than the second place ram. But other than that, the long-bodied straight top, they both walk good on their feet and legs. That's what separates them from the third and fourth and fifth place rams. The third place ram shortens up a little bit from the side, but he's still as long as any of them from that 13th rib back. The fourth place ram, straight top. I'd like to just blow him apart in that rib cage just a little bit, give him a little more rib shape for me. And fifth place ram, I just like to straighten him up behind the shoulders, make him walk a little freer than he is, but a nice class of January ram lambs.
Placing on the Shropshire class of early junior ram lambs. First place goes to entry 11, Rockin' K 1602, Rockin' K Livestock, Richmond, Indiana. Second place to entry 20, City Limits Sheep Farm 1610, Jaden Sluts, City Limits Sheep Farm, Maple Park, Illinois. Third to entry 12, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 4 to entry 17, R&A Shops, Stewardson, Illinois. 5 to entry 15, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 6 to 14, Brady Clark. 7 to entry number 25, Randy and Julie Rife, Yellow Springs, Ohio. 8th place to 21, Rockin' K Livestock, Richmond, Indiana. 9th place to entry 10, Addison Nicholson, South Windsor, Connecticut. And 10th place to entry number 27, Taylor Ruff, Mechanicsburg, Ohio.
Well, your Hampshire show just got a little more interesting, folks. Really nice class of buck lambs out here to work through, and certainly some differences. There's some good bucks out here in this class. a lot of rams in this class that's going to do some good for this Hampshire breed. Just a really, really complete package to start this class. Love the head on this buck. He is as straight and true down his top, is as consistent down that top as any buck in the class. Really like the bone work, the feet and legs on this ram. Just a real complete package. Nice buck. Congratulations to start the class with. A big ram here in second place. Really appreciate this ram for his length. Tremendously long handling ram. Like the bone work on this buck. I like him up through his front end. He's a little awkward about his movement today in the show ring. He might be just at a stage in his development where he's not quite put together right now. But this buck's probably going to change some as he goes ahead and matures and develops. We're going to land him in the 2. He's got a little more flex to his front pasterns today than some of the other bucks in the class. We're going to put him in the 2 hole today. Real eye-appealing ram here in third. Another ram that's good and straight and true down through that top. Really like the bone work on this buck. I like him on his feet and legs. He's the shortest ram in the top 3. We're going to run him in the 3 hole today. Congratulations. That's another nice ram. Real long handling ram here in fourth place. A ram that's given up some size and some power as compared to the 3 rams above him. Maybe changing just a notch off his back legs when we get him on the move today. But really another ram that's straight and true when you handle him down through that top. You appreciate him for his cleanness up through that front end, up through that front shoulder and neck area. A nice ram here again in the 4 hole. A little thicker made ram here in 5th place. A ram that has a tremendous amount of thickness down through that top. He carries it out good and square out through that hip. Doesn't have quite as much bone as some bucks above him in class today. Not quite as neat and nice up through that chest floor as the first 4 rams in the class today. We're going to use him in 5. I think we certainly have some nice Hampshire rams in the top 5 in this class. Congratulations, everyone.
Now ready in the Hampshire ring for February ram lambs. Placing on the class of January fitted ram lambs for the Hampshires. First place goes to entry 29, Baba Acres, Anderson 219, Baba Acres, Juneau, Wisconsin. Second to 23, Rickow 6037, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. Third to 24, Jessica Alf, Edgerton, Wisconsin. 4 to 21, Luke Benjamin, Wilmington, Illinois. 5 to 26, Logan Beckmeyer, Atwood, Illinois. 6 to 22, Pine Lawn Farms, the Caskey family, Holland, Minnesota. 7 to 30, Doug Peterson, Lemon, South Dakota. 8 to 28, L&L Hampshires, Blair, Nebraska. 9 to entry number 31, Doug Peterson, Lemon, South Dakota.
size of this.
be on. Well, there are some differences in types in this class, but I think I've got 5 with plenty of white wool. They carry the breed pretty well. The first place ram lamb is the freshest handling lamb. He's the thickest lamb down that top. He walks out on a good set of feet and legs. Second place ram follows him just enough, just not quite as thick as the ram ahead of him. The third place ram, I just like to clean that front end up a little bit compared to the top 2 rams ahead of him, give him a little more mass. Fourth place ram is a thick ram. He just rolls those hips when you set him in motion. And the fifth place ram just carrying a little too much condition today, and he's kind of showing it. So really nice class of January ram lamb or February ram lambs. There we go.
No, it's that one.
That one's on, right?
For the Shropshires, now ready for pair ram lambs, and then we'll do junior champion followed by grand. Placing on the late junior ram lamb class for the Shropshires, first place goes to entry number 43, High Life 1657, Schoolhouse, Shropshire, Xenia, Ohio. Second place to entry 35, Clark 1672, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Third to entry number 38, Caleb Fritz, Middleton, Tennessee. 4 to 30, Randy and Julie Rife, Yellow Springs, Ohio. 5 to 34, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 6th place to 32, City Limits Sheep Farm, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. 7th place to entry 44, City Limits Sheep Farm, Jaden Slutz. 8th to 45, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 9th place to 36, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. And 10 to 33, Robert Sando, Arcanum, Ohio.
Super class of bucks to work through. Real powerhouse to start this particular class. Boy, this is a nice sheep. He's really good on his feet and legs, straight and true down his top. Tremendously long handling buck. Really liking him up through that front end. Beautiful headed ram. I think there's a really complete package to win this particular class. There's some differences here in 2, 3, and 4 in this class. Our second place ram, he's just straight as could be. Now you handle him down through that top line. He's got a little bit more dimension out through that hip than our third place ram today. Maybe like to give him a little more extension up through that shoulder and front end as compared to that third place ram in class. But for overall straightness of lines and structure, we're going to use this ram here in the 2-hole today. Our third place ram, boy, when they get his ram ram on the profile. He's got a tremendous amount of eye appeal. Maybe he's not quite as sharp on the move today. He's a little shorter about his stride. We're not going to be too critical about him because he's so good and true down through that top. Really a pretty package when you analyze that ram from the profile. Another pretty ram from the profile is our 4th place ram. Tremendous amount of bone work about this ram. He's a little more bold up through his front end today than our 3rd place ram in class. Certainly like this ram, maybe lengthening him out a little bit when you view him from the profile, albeit he does handle very long in that hind saddle. Our 5th place ram, big ram here in 5th place. When you get this ram, put him in motion, he's the least correct of any ram in the class. He really falls apart for me, especially from his hooks to his pins when he's on the move. But you certainly appreciate the overall length. Tremendously long ram, and our 5th place ram looks like he's going to go and make a big boy in the long run. A good class of bucks. Congratulations, everyone.
Placing on the class of fitted Hampshire February Ram Lambs, first place goes to entry 33, Caskey, 6448, Pine Lawn Farms, the Caskey family, Holland, Minnesota. Second to 35, Held, 161795, Jeff Held, Aurora, South Dakota. Third to 34, Plaza Hamps, Agency, Missouri. 4 to 37, Jessica Alf, Edgerton, Wisconsin. 5 to 40, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. 6 to 41, L&L Hampshires, Blair, Nebraska. 7 to 44, Taylor's Stock Farm, Salem, Kentucky. 8 to 36, Bill Chapin, Coal City, Illinois. 9 to 42, Bill Chapin. 10 to 38, Abigail Showalter, Folks Run, Virginia. Placing on the pair of Ram Lambs for our Shropshire show. First place to Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Second to Randy and Julie Rife, Yellow Springs, Ohio. Third to Jaden Slutz, City Limits Sheep Farm, Maple Park, Illinois. 4 to Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. And 5 to Emily Anderson, Macon, Missouri. Now showing Junior Champion and Reserve Junior Champion Ram. Your next class will be Grand and Reserve Grand Champion. So have that Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion ringside and ready. Cordell. I see you the next morning. Yes, sir. Hampshire exhibitors, there are no splits in your show today. There was not enough head to split any of the classes, so there are no splits in any of your classes today, fitted or slick shorn.
Now, I talked about these rams. I talked about these rams in our class. With that, I'm going to go out. We got 4 rams with pretty good breed type. They walk sound on those feet and legs. With that all being said, I'll go out and select your champion in reserve.
Junior champion ram for the Shropshire Show is entry number 11, the first place animal out of the early junior ram lamb class, Rockin' K 1602, Rockin' K Livestock, Richmond, Indiana. The reserve junior champion came from the late junior ram lamb class, entry 43, High Life 1657, Schoolhouse Shropshires, Xenia, Ohio. Now showing for grand and reserve grand champion ram.
March Ram Lamb class, just 5 in this particular class, but we've got a real good lamb to start this particular class. This real super correct, really eye-appealing ram. He's straight and true down his top, handles with a lot of length. Really like the way he ties in from his hooks to his pins. I think just a real complete package here to start this class and an easy winner in my estimation. Our closer placing is second and third place rams. 2 rams are tremendously big boned, rams that have some thickness to them. We're going to use a little longer bodied ram. He's tremendously long out through that hind saddles over our third place ram in class. Albeit our third place ram's a little more square, a little more width out through that hip as compared to our second ram. But we're going to see him this way today in second and third. 2 big bone, heavy structured rams here in second and third place. A little finer made ram here in fourth. A little bigger skeleton on this ram. It kind of falls apart when we put him in motion, especially when we view him from those hooks to his pins. A ram just like to give him some more bone work, give him a little heavier structure to get him to compete with these top 3 rams in the particular class. A little smaller ram here in fourth place today. Really a ram that's fifth place, straight and true down through his top. He's given up some length as compared to the rams above him in class today, but certainly a ram with a lot of good qualities about him. A nice group of March ram lambs. Congratulations, everyone.
For the Hampshires, now ready for pair of ram lambs. Ready for Hampshire pair ram lambs.
Let's give the Shropshire Brewers a round of applause for these nice set of rams. With that, I've talked about, I'm going to go out and select your champion and reserve champion ram.
Grand champion ram for the Shropshire show is our senior champion, first in the yearling ram class, Clark, 14128, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. The reserve grand champion was our reserve senior champion ram, also out of that yearling ram class, entry 6, D. Hicks, 15-27, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Now ready for early yearling ewes, Shropshire early yearling ewes. Placing on the Hampshire class of fitted March ram lambs, first place to entry 54, Strawberry Fields, 1626, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. Second to 46, L&L 16619, L&L Hampshires, Blair, Nebraska. Third to 49, Uptown Farms, Lansade, Missouri. 4 to 48, Jerry Quam and family, Wanamingo, Minnesota. 5 to 45, Bill Chapin of Coal City, Illinois. Placing on the Hampshire Fitted Division of pair of Ram Lambs, first to Pine Lawn Farm, the Caskey family of Holland, Minnesota. Second, Jenna Sullivan of Modus, Connecticut. Third place, Jeff Held, Aurora, South Dakota. 4, Jessica Alf, Edgerton, Wisconsin. 5 to Bill Chapin, Coal City, Illinois. And 6 to Abigail Showalter of Folks Run, Virginia.
Real pleased with the group of Hampshire Ram Lambs we've had out here today. Just a lot of quality in this group, and really exemplified by our class winners up here, first and second place winners. Really a lot of good qualities about these sheep. For me today, there's a ram that just jumps out and wins this junior drive for me, and that's going to be your February ram. For reserve, it becomes a little closer for me. I'm going to jump back here and grab this March lamb. He'll be your reserve junior. Congratulations.
Our junior champion Hampshire Fitted Ram is entry number 33 out of the February class. Caskey 6448, Pine Lawn Farms, the Caskey family, Holland, Minnesota. The reserve junior champion Ram was entry number 54 out of the March and later born Ram Lamb class. Strawberry Fields 1626, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. Now showing for grand and reserve grand champion in the fitted division.
Again, certainly not going to talk about all these bucks. We've done that enough today. It's been a really, really good fitted Hampshire Ram show. Folks, you need to be commended. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. We're out some high-quality sheep for you today. Another thing I've got to do is I'll go out and congratulate the winners. Appreciate you bringing a good set of bucks out for me to analyze today. Congratulations.
In the fitted division, our champion overall ram is entry number 33, the junior champion ram, out of the February Ram Lamb class, Caskey 6448, Pine Lawn Farms, Caskey family, Holland, Minnesota. The reserve champion is entry 19, our senior champion, out of the senior Ram Lamb class, held 15-1742, Jeff Held, Aurora, South Dakota. Now ready for Hampshire fitted yearling ewes.
Really nice set of Shropshire yearling ewes here. The first place ewes just straight down that top. She walks out on a good set of feet and legs, square on all four. Pretty good breed type, plenty of white wool. I'd like to fix her head a little bit, but not too bad. The second place ewe follows that first place ewe. I want to change that head just a little bit. Other than that, the third place ewes just gives up a little size. She's probably a little farther along in carrying a couple lambs. She just not quite as long as the two ewes ahead of her. Third place or fourth place ewes another ewe. I'd just like to change that head and walk her out a little wider on those rear legs. The fifth place ewes carrying a little more condition than she needs to be at this time, but and all that, nice set of Shropshire yearling ewes.
Placing on the Shropshire class of early yearling ewes, first place goes to entry number 54, WEGR 514, WEG and I-80 flocks, Geneva, Nebraska. Second place to 46, Flanders VIP 4112, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Third to 51, Jaden Slutz, City Limit Sheep Farm, Maple Park, Illinois. 4 to 55, Merzinski Farms, Eric Merzinski, Rolling Prairie, Indiana. 5 to 52, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Sixth place to entry 58, Emily Petzel, Centuria, Wisconsin. 7 to entry 64, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Eighth place to 61, Taylor Ruff, Mechanicsburg, Ohio. Ninth place to entry 49, Chloe Stonecipher, Looseberry, Pennsylvania. 10 to 50, Attica Lockup, Hunt, New York.
pasture. That tells you the structure.
Nice set of Shropshire yearling ewes here, late class. You to start with, the thickest top. She carries more white wool. She represents the Shropshire breed, I think, as good as anything in this class. The second place ewes follows her. She's got plenty of meat and muscle in her. She's not the biggest ewe in the class, but there's just as much meat there as there is. She represents the Shropshire breed. The third place ewe, I just like to change that head about the next three ewes, and I could use them a little different and make them stride out a little different. But other than that, a really nice set of Shropshire yearling ewes.
Well, Hampshire exhibitors in the show ring, and those of you standing ringside, you ought to be proud of what you brought out on the green shavings. There's a tremendous set of Hampshire females out here, and watched the Hampshire show quite a few times through the years, and I don't remember ever seeing especially as deep a set of females as we've got in the show ring today. There's no shame with being 15th in this class, I'll guarantee you, because there's some pretty stiff competition out here. And all you guys need to be, I told some of the exhibitors who were walking through the ring, I said, man, there's just, pardon my language, there's a hell of a set of sheep out here. I mean, there's just no way around it. Tremendous females, and boy, we got a ripper to start this class with. When I got these ewes up here at the top, what I had in my mind, the top four, boy, when you handle this ewe down her top, she's extremely wide, she's extremely long, she's extremely deep. She carries that hip right back where you want it. She's got some bone work to her. She's a beautiful Hampshire female, and she's going to win this class for me today. Congratulations. This is a powerful ewe in second place, and when you get these two ewes side by side, she's another tremendously big topped ewe. She's showing in the shortest fleece of any female in the class. She may be carrying a little excess conditioning on her today, and maybe that makes her look a little bowed up through that front end. But boy, this is a brood ewe. This is a ewe that looks like she's just going to go on and produce winners. A big rib in this ewe. She's tremendously hipped. She's just not quite as attractive, not quite as big boned for me today as our ewe in first place. But boy, there's another tremendous Hampshire female in my opinion. Our ewe in third place. Boy, this ewe just grew on me as the class went on. Very eye-appealing female. I love this female up through her front end. She really connects well through those shoulders and up through that neck. Beautiful headed female. She's given up a notch of thickness down that top, especially out through that hip as compared to our first two ewes in this particular class, but another really solid female in the three-hole. An eye-appealing ewe here in four. She's the narrowest topped ewe of the top four ewes, but boy, you can't discount her for that. She's straight as a string down through there. I really like this ewe on her feet and legs. Just tremendous female here in the four-hole. At one time in class, I had her up a little higher, but when I got the top four up side by side, I just had to move this ewe in the four-hole today. Big, tall ewe here in fifth place. Love this female up through her front end. Love the front half of this female. Don't like the back half quite as well. Really like her. She's straight and true. She's long down through that top. Rolls off a little bit from her hooks to her pins. Don't like her on her move quite as well on those rear legs today. She's going to land in the five-hole because of that. But boy, the front end on this female, she's going to produce some attractive-looking sheep. There's a really eye-appealing, good kind of Hampshire female, too. Our next ewe in class, another pretty package when you look at her from the profile. She's fit to a T. She's good on those feet and legs. She shortens up for me today when I compare to the top five ewes in class, but certainly a female that deserves to be up here in this top placing. There's another beautiful Hampshire female. Love the head on that ewe. Just a really good Hampshire female there in the sixth hole. Our next ewe in class, another ewe that's carrying a little bit of conditioning for me today. Boy, here's a ewe that's got a tremendously thick top in her. She handles a lot longer than she would appear when you view her from the profile. A really good kind of Hampshire female with a lot of rib to her. She's got a really good hip in her. certainly deserves to be up here in this top lineup. Extremely long-bodied ewe here in the 8th hole. A ewe that kind of moved up on me as the class went on. You handle this ewe down through her top. She's just straight and true as could be. She's given up quite a bit of bone work as compared to some of the ewes above her today. We're going to slide her here in the top grouping into the 8 hole today, but that's certainly no embarrassment in this group. That's a good female there in the 8th place. I want to congratulate. We've got some ewes on down the line there I really like. Maybe didn't walk where they needed to when we walked them about the show ring. And this stiff water today, that's going to put you down in that lineup. But boy, don't be embarrassed to be there, because there's some good females in that line over there by the fence. Again, congratulations, Hampshire exhibitors. Very, very impressive set of yearling ewes.
For our Shropshire show, the late yearling ewe class placings. First place to 68, Flanders VIP 5080, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Second to 70, City Limits Sheep Farm 1538, Jaden Slutz, City Limits Sheep Farm, Maple Park, Illinois. Third place to entry number 79, Caleb Fritz, Middleton, Tennessee. 4 to 82, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. 5 to 81, Dalton Hicks. Sixth place to entry 65, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 7 to 75, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Eighth place to 80, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. 9 to 78, Caleb Fritz, Middleton, Tennessee. And 10 to entry 66, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. We're now ready to show senior ewe lambs, Shropshire senior ewe lambs. Now need Shropshire senior ewe lambs to the ring. Placing on the class of fitted yearling ewes for the Hampshire show. First place to entry 77, Quam 235, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. Second place to entry 61, Golden Bane Farms 1504, Brant Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third place to entry number 79, Luke Benjamin, Wilmington, Illinois. Fourth place to entry number 66, Rabbit Creek Sheep Farms, LLC, Elko, Nevada. Fifth place to 60, Bobendreyer Hampshires, Pipestone, Minnesota. Sixth place to entry to Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. Seventh place goes to 74, Luke Benjamin, Wilmington, Illinois. 8 to 75, Gilmore Davison Hampshires, Wichita, Kansas. Ninth place to 59, Jessica Alp, Edgerton, Wisconsin. And 10th place to entry 81, Rabbit Creek Sheep Farms, LLC, Elko, Nevada. For the Hampshires, we're now ready for senior ewe lambs. Placing on the Shropshire pair of yearling ewe class. First place goes to Jaden Slutz, City Limits Sheep Farm, Maple Park, Illinois. Second place to Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Third, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Fourth place, WG&I 80 Flocks, Geneva, Nebraska. Fifth place to Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Sixth, Caleb Fritz, Middleton, Tennessee. 7, Eric Merzinski Farms, Rolling Prairie, Indiana. 8, Emily Petzel, Centura, Wisconsin. 9, Taylor Ruff, Mechanicsburg, Ohio. And 10, Emily Anderson, Macon, Missouri. Placing on the Hampshire pair of yearling ewes. First place, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. Second place, Luke Benjamin, Wilmington, Illinois. Third, Rabbit Creek Sheep Farms, LLC, Elko, Nevada. Fourth, Bobendryer Hampshires, Pipestone, Minnesota. In both rings, your next classes will be for Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion U.
Four really nice females in the fall ewe lamb class. Really a wide-based female to start this class with. A lot of depth of rib in this female. She's really wide and true down through that top. Really like this female. Super correct ewe. She's going to win this class for me today. A little bigger ewe here in second place. Really like the overall length of this female. If we could make her move about the ring a little easier today, we'd move her up into that one hole. She's just not quite as free and easy today for me, especially off those rear legs. And we're going to leave her in a two hole up. Really appreciate this ewe for her overall length. Just again, a tremendously long ewe. She's going to be a whale of a big female in the end result. Our female in third place, the ewe lamb that's really straight and true down through that top. Really good on her feet. She's right up on those pasterns. She carries a little more width back through that hip than we've got in our fourth place ewe in class. We're going to leave them this way. I tell you, we've got a real nice class of fall ewe lambs that could be competitive anywhere. This is how we see them today. Congratulations, everybody.
For the Hampshires now ready to show for Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion U. For our Senior ewe lamb class, for the fitted Hampshires, first place to entry 87, Herrig, 1082, Jessica Alf, Edgerton, Wisconsin. Second to 85, Rickow, 5086, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. Third to 86, Bobendreyer, Hampshire's Pipestone, Minnesota. And 4 to 89, Jeff Held, Aurora, South Dakota.
We got 4 tremendous females out here in your senior U drive today. Just females you really like to look at. They're females that have a lot of top in them. They've got a lot of rib shape to them. They look like they're going to go on and be productive, yet they're super, super show sheep out here on the green shavings. Today your senior champion ewe is going to be that first place yearling ewe. I'm going to follow reserve with the second place yearling ewe. Congratulations, all 4 of you. A tremendous set of females.
Thanks, sir.
Senior champion ewe for the fitted division of our Hampshire show goes to entry 77, first yearling ewe, Quam 5-235, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. The reserve was entry 61, second place in that yearling ewe class, Golden Bane Farm 1504, Brant Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Now ready for fitted January ewe lambs.
Nice set of fall ewe lambs here. The first fall ewe lamb follows what kind of the breed standards. She's got plenty of wool on her head and legs. I'd like to change her head maybe a little bit, but she still follows it. The ewe in second follows in closely behind. They're both very thick, walk on a square set of feet and legs. Third place ewes just gives up a little mass and top to those top 2 ewes. The third and fourth place ewes, I just like to track them out a little bit more, a little wider, a little stronger on their walk when they go around. Thanks.
I will need it. Outrageous.
Place. Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the Shropshires. First place goes to entry 85, Clark, 15-15-1, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Second place to 92, Flanders VIP, 5129, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Third to 89, Tim and Sarah Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. 4 to entry 88, Jaden Slutz, City Limit Sheep Farm, Maple Park, Illinois. 5 to 90, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. 6th place to 87, Robert Sando, Arcanium, Ohio. 7 to 84, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. 8 to 91, O'Neill Shropshires, Titusville, Pennsylvania. And 9 to 86, Emily Petzel, Centuria, Wisconsin.
By the way,
Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause in this championship drive. We've got 6 ewes that I think represent the breed with plenty of white wool. With that, I'm going to go out and select the champion in reserve.
Senior champion ewe for the Shropshire Show is entry number 68 out of the late yearling ewe class, Flanders VIP 5080, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. The reserve senior champion ewe is entry 85 out of the senior ewe lamb class, Clark 15151, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Now ready for January ewe lambs.
are showing vivid January Hampshire ewe lambs. Final call, Elgard, you have an entry in this class.
show tomorrow, you will show all the foals, and then you will show the horn horses. You show the foal horses and then horn horses tomorrow.
I think so.
Interesting class of January ewe lambs. Certainly a lot of differences out here in this particular class, especially in types of maturity. We've got a really good class of females to sort through. But ewe lamb we're going to start with, boy, she's just straight made. I tell you what, she's really nice when you handle her down through that top. Really like this female up through that front end. She's perfect on those feet and legs. Just a real sweetheart to win this class. Second place ewe lamb, a little higher volume ewe lamb today. She's probably carrying a few more pounds on her as compared to that first place ewe lamb. She looks a little deeper in that chest for at this point. She's got some wool on her up through there, but I just like to clean her up through that front end. But boy, here's a ewe lamb that's got a tremendously thick top to her. You really like her out through her hip. Just a real nice fit for me in the 2-hole today. Her third place ewe lamb's a real eye-appealing female. You like her up through that front end. She's probably a little lighter about her bone work today than the first 2 ewe lambs in this particular class, but there's a fancy female in the 3-hole. Thought about moving her in second, but she just wasn't quite as thick down that top as our second place ewe lamb, so we're going to stick her in the 3-hole today. Our fourth place ewe lamb, boy, a ewe lamb that really catches your eye out in the show ring. You like her up through that front end. She's given up a little bit of length down that top as compared to the first 3 ewe lambs in this class today, but certainly a ewe lamb, you like her about her, the way she moves about the show ring. Really good and true and straight and correct type of Hampshire female here in the 4-hole. A little bigger type of ewe lamb here in 5. A ewe lamb that's not quite as true down her top line today as the first 4 ewe lambs in class. That's we're going to slide her into the 5-hole, but certainly a ewe lamb that's really fancy. She's got a lot of style about that head. You really appreciate her for that. You like to stand back and look at this female. Just like to straighten her up a little bit down that top line. Looks like she's going to make a tremendously big ewe in the end result. Another big ewe is our ewe in 6th. Thing about this ewe, she's probably carrying the most amount of fleece of any ewe in the top 6. Well, I like to see her in a little shorter wool. Might appreciate her just a little bit better. A little tough to analyze her today, but boy, here's a ewe that's got a lot of length about her. She's really got a big hip in her. I just like to maybe give her a little more uniformity about that underline. She's not quite as nicely balanced as I'd like to see her. A little cut up in that flank, but boy, a ewe that's got a tremendous amount of length to her. Just like to maybe take some wool off of her today and see her in a little shorter fleece. There's a really good class of ewe lambs, folks. Let's give them a round of applause.
Placing on the January class of fitted ewe lambs for the Hampshires, first place to entry 90, Plaza Hamps, 1281, Plaza Hamps, Agency, Missouri. Second to 93, Quam, 11362, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. Third place to entry 105, Luke Benjamin, Wilmington, Illinois. Fourth place to entry 97, Bobendreyer, Hampshires, Pipestone, Minnesota. 5 to 92, Brent Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Sixth place to 112, Doug Peterson, Lemon, South Dakota. Seventh place to entry number 101, Bobendreyer Boys, Pipestone, Minnesota. 8 to 108, Jeff Held, Aurora, South Dakota. 9 to 103, Taylor Stock Farm, Salem, Kentucky. And 10th place to entry 91, Gilmore Davison, Hampshires, Wichita, Kansas.
Really nice set of January ewe lambs from top to bottom. This ewe lamb I'm starting with just, I think, represents the breed as good as any in this class. She's thick down that top. She's got plenty of shape to her. The second place ewe gives up a little bone work, but just as thick. I love the breed type on these top 5 ewe lambs to start. But the third place ewe is in the fourth place ewe, just carrying a little extra condition today for me, but a nice set of ewes from top to bottom.
Placing on the Shropshire January class of ewe lambs, first to entry 111, Merzinski, 1608, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. Second place to 95, Fritz, 242, Caleb Fritz, Middleton, Tennessee. Third to 94, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 4 to 108, Randy and Julie Rife, Yellow Springs, Ohio. 5 to 114, Addison Nicholson, South Windsor, Connecticut. Sixth place to entry 101, Jaden Slutz, City Limits Sheep Farm, Maple Park, Illinois. 7 to 099, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 8 to entry 113, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. 9 to 107, Chloe Stonecipher, Lewisberry, Pennsylvania. And 10th place to entry number 115, Taylor Ruff, Mechanicsburg, Ohio.
Really an awesome set of February ewe lambs to look at. Just a lot of tremendous females out here in my mind. Well, we've got a pair of them that surface to the top for me, and as we work from the bottom up, sometimes it gets to be a process of elimination, and when these surface to the top, you're pretty doggone happy. But here's a pair of ewe lambs that are real similar. I really like the wool on both of them. I like the bone work on both of them. I think the front end on my first place ewe lamb, she lays in just a bit nicer up through that front shoulder. I like the way the neck comes out of that front shoulder. She's tremendously straight down through her top. Just a real super female to win the class. And we got a close second place coming in there. Our second place female may be a notch wider at the hip. She just not quite as nice up through that front end for me today as compared to that first place ewe lamb. But I think we got two real popping good ewe lambs in 1 and 2. Congratulations, both of you. Those are good ones. A little bigger framed ewe lamb here in the 3-hole. A ewe lamb that's a little finer about her bone work today as compared to our first 2 ewe lambs in class. You really like her for how straight and true she is down through that top. A wonderfully handling ewe lamb. I'd like to put a little more wool on her, give her a little more bone. Maybe we could contend with the 1 and 2 spots today. We're going to leave her in 3rd. Congratulations. High volume ewe here in 4th place. Really like the rib shape on this ewe lamb. She looks like she's going to go into a tremendous type of brood ewe. She's not quite as nice. She gets a little loose structured for me on the move today as compared to the top 3 ewe lambs in class, but I'm not going to discount her any more than that. She's going to land in 4 for me today. A real pretty ewe lamb's our ewe lamb in 5-hole. She's probably the smallest frame to the ewe lambs here in the top 6. Not going to discount her for that. Here's a beautiful Hampshire female. She just doesn't have quite as much gas in her tank today as some of them above her. Boy, she's straight in her line. She's super on her feet and legs. I think given time, there's going to be a tremendous female. She's getting a little out power today, but there's a pretty package in the 5-hole. Another good one's the 1 and 6. Really like the bone work, like the wool in this female. She shortens up for me when I see her on the side view compared to the top ewe lambs in this particular lineup. But boy, there's another good ewe lamb in the 6-hole. Congratulations, everyone.
Now ready for fitted March ewe lambs. Hampshire fitted March ewe lambs to the ring. Placing on the class of February fitted ewe lambs for the Hampshires. First place to entry 116. Held 16-1798. Jeff Held, Aurora, South Dakota. Second place to 127. Spildy, 2338. Brant Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third to 126, Luke Benjamin, Wilmington, Illinois. 4 to 132, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. 5 to entry number 114, Pine Lawn Farms, the Caskey family, Holland, Minnesota. 6th place to entry 124, Rabbit Creek Sheep Farms, LLC, Elko, Nevada. 7 to 130, Isaac Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. 8th place to 133, Luke Benjamin, Wilmington, Illinois. 9 to entry 119, Kelsey Swanger, Richmond, Kansas. And 10th place to entry I don't see it.
Another nice set of ewe lambs in the Shropshire class. First ewe lambs, smooth down that top, walks on a good set of feet and legs, thick down that top. Second place ewe gives up a little bit in that length, a little bit in that lower leg, but other than that, she walks out on a nice set of feet and legs. Third place ewe, I just like to blow her part in the middle of that back third of her rear rib just a little bit. The fourth place ewe, I'd like to see her walk just a little smoother with that. She has a tendency to roach that top when she walks. And the fifth place ewe, I'd like to let her stride out just a little bit farther. But a nice set of February ewe lambs.
Placing on the February class of Shropshire ewe lambs, first place to entry number 135, Flanders VIP 6178, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Second to 134, City Limit Sheep Farm 1639, City Limit Sheep Farm, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Third to 138, Brady Clark, Gill Mountain, New Hampshire. 4 to entry number 126, RNA Shropshires of Stewardson, Illinois. 5 to entry 121, Randy and Julie Rife, Yellow Springs, Ohio. 6 to 122, Merzinski Farms, Eric Merzinski, Rolling Prairie, Indiana. 7 to entry 139, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 8th place to entry 124, Jaden Slutz, City Limit Sheep Farm, Maple Park, Illinois. 9 to entry 129, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. And 10 to entry 123, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana.
Wow, what a class of March ewe lambs. Congratulations, everyone. I'll tell you what, there's sometimes in a show when one walks in the ring and you go, well, that happened right then, because I tell you what, there's a smoker right here to win this class. This is a super, super ewe lamb in my estimation. She's beautiful up through her front end, perfect on her feet and legs. You love to watch her about the ring. She just comes in the ring and commands the ring and says, this class is mine, who's fighting for two? So that's a powerful ewe lamb. Congratulations. The real fight here was for second and third. We're going to move this ewe lamb into second hole. She's got a little more dimension out through that hip than our third place ewe lamb today, but certainly two lambs that have some thickness down through that top. You like these ewe lambs on their feet and legs. They're clean, they're feminine up through that front end. Really nice pair of ewe lambs here in the 2 and 3 hole. Our 4 hole ewe lamb today, she appears to be a little younger today. It means she's not quite as far along about her maturity pattern. Really a ewe lamb again. You like her for her femininity. She's clean. She's true up through that front end. Really an eye-appealing female. Maybe not quite the overall length that we have in the first 3 ewes in this class, but there's another pretty package here in the 4th place. Our 5th place ewe lamb, another ewe lamb, has a tremendous amount of thickness about her. She's really correct on her feet and legs. Maybe runs out of gas as compared to the first 4 ewe lambs in this class, but I think there's another Super Hampshire female in the 5 hole in this particular tough lineup today. Likewise, there's our 6th place ewe lamb. You really like the attractiveness, the eye appeal, the bone work about this ewe lamb. She's getting beat by some bigger ewe lambs in this class. There's another smooth-made, pretty package in the 6 hole. Certainly no embarrassment to be 6th in this tough class. Really super class of March ewe lambs, a lot of depth all the way down through. Congratulations, everyone.
we go. Another nice set of ewe lambs in the Shropshire show. The top 5 ewes are pretty close. The top ewe just parades around nice. She's thick down that top. She's got great breed type, as does the second place ewe. The second place ewe just gives up a little thickness to that top place ewe. But after that, the third place ewe just shortens up from the 13th rib back to the 2 ewes ahead of her. Fourth and fifth just giving up a little bit of mass and top to them today. But a nice set of ewe lambs from top to bottom.
Placing on the Hampshire fitted March and later born ewe lamb class, first place to entry 138, Baba Acres Anderson 229, Baba Acres Juneau, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 137, Caskey 6558, Pine Lawn Farms, the Caskey family, Holland, Minnesota. Third place to entry 147, Bobendreyer Hampshires, Pipestone, Minnesota. 4 to entry 162, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. 5 to entry number 155, Jenna Sullivan. 6th place to entry 160, Vanessa Herrig, Slayton, Minnesota. 7th place to entry 143, Rabbit Creek Sheep Farms, LLC, Elko, Nevada. 8th place to entry 146, Bobendreyer Hampshires, Pipestone, Minnesota. 9 to 159, Pullens Hamps, Waterloo, Iowa. 10 to entry number 152, Kelsey Swanger, Richmond, Kansas. Placing on the Shropshire class of March and later born ewe lambs, first place to entry 148, Rife 16250, Randy and Julie Rife, Yellow Springs, Ohio. Second to 153, WSCF 1619, Emily Petzel, Centura, Wisconsin. Third place to 154, City Limit Sheep Farm, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. 4 to 146, Tim and Sarah Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. 5 to 143, Mike Fox, Tip City, Ohio. 6 to 151, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 7 152, Brady Clark, Gilmonton, New Hampshire. 8 to entry 147, Eric Merzinski Farms, Rolling Prairie, Indiana. 9 to entry 155, Caleb Fritz, Middleton, Tennessee. And 10 to 158, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Results from the pair of ewe lambs for the fitted Hampshire show. First place goes to Jeff Held, Aurora, South Dakota. Second to Pine Lawn Farms, Caskey family, Holland, Minnesota. Third to Luke Benjamin, Wilmington, Illinois. Fourth place to Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. Fifth to Bobendreyer Hampshires, Pipestone, Minnesota. Sixth place to Brant Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 7, Bobendreyer Boys, Pipestone, Minnesota. 8 to Rabbit Creek Sheep Farms, LLC, Elko, Nevada. 9th place to Bill Chapin, Coal City, Illinois. For the Shropshire pair ewe lambs, placings are first, Jaden Slutz, City Limit Sheep Farm, Maple Park, Illinois. Second place, Eric Merzinski Farms, Rolling Prairie, Indiana. Third to Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Fourth, Randy and Julie Rife, Yellow Springs, Ohio. Fifth, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Sixth place, Taylor Ruff, Mechanicsburg, Ohio. 7, Addison Nicholson, South Windsor, Connecticut. 8, Caleb Fritz, Middleton, Tennessee. 9 to Emily Anderson, Macon, Missouri.
Well, folks, I think we've just had an awesome set of ewe lambs out here in this Hampshire show today. My goodness, this super set of females. I'm very impressed. It's been fun for me to sort them, and I'm sure we run them back out here, I'd probably sort them maybe different. So they're that close. You're really splitting some hairs on some of these classes. Junior champion, again, I'm not going to talk about him. I've done that before. There's a female out here that hit me hard in class, and she's still hitting. Your junior champion is going to be this March ewe lamb right in front of me. For reserve junior champion, I think it's really close between our other two class winners. Today, the ewe lamb that fits the bill for me is going to be our first place January ewe lamb. She'll be your reserve junior champion. Congratulations, everyone. Super set of females.
For the fitted Hampshire show, our junior champion ewe was 138. First in the March ewe lamb class, Baba Akers Anderson, 229, Baba Akers, Juneau, Wisconsin. The reserve junior champion ewe was entry 90, first in the January ewe lamb class, Plaza Hamps 1281, Plaza Hamps Agency, Missouri. Now ready to show for champion and reserve champion overall fitted ewe.
Well, I've talked about all 6 ewe lambs in the classes. I think they all represent the breed pretty well. With that, I'm going out and select your champion, or junior champion and reserve junior champion.
For our Shropshire show, the junior champion ewe was entry 111. First in the January ewe lamb class, Merzinski 1608, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. The reserve junior champion was 148. First in the March and later ewe lamb class, Rife 16250, Randy and Julie Rife, Yellow Springs, Ohio. Now ready to show for grand and reserve grand champion ewe for the Shropshires.
Well, as we wrap up the fitted portion of your Hampshire show here today, I tell you, there are 4 powerful Hampshire females in this show ring on the green shavings. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. If you're ringside, I hope you appreciate what we've got here. Super females. I'll just go out and congratulate the winners. It's been a pleasure, and I've still got a little work to do here later in the day, but again, very impressed by the quality of sheep we've had to sort through today. Congratulations, everyone.
I think we need to put our hands together for the Shropshire guys are bringing out a set of ewes like they brought out today. With that, I'm going to go out and select your champion and reserve champion ewes in the Shropshire show.
Watch for me, crazy. Our champion fitted ewe was entry 77. Our senior champion, first place yearling ewe, Quam 5235, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. And Jenna Sullivan is also our fitted premier exhibitor. Reserve champion fitted ewe, 138. Our junior champion out of the March ewe lamb class, Baba Acres Anderson, 229, Baba Acres, Juneau, Wisconsin. For the Shropshire Show, our grand champion ewe was entry 111. Our junior champion, the January ewe lamb, Merzinski, 1608, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. The reserve junior champion was also our reserve grand champion, entry 148, out of the March and later class, Rife 16250, Randy and Julie Rife, Yellow Springs, Ohio. Now ready for group of 3 lambs. Group of 3 lambs, both sexes represented.
Testing.
Call for first name. I can't. Well, it's
Testing.
Royal.
Watch out for this.
Yep.
Just a single entry to start off our Hampshire show in the slick division. Nice buck though in this yearling class, really leveled on his top, a ram that gets around the ring and moves quite nicely. The buck, if we were to change him, we'd sure like to make him maybe a little bit stouter in terms of his bone work and a little bit thicker when we get right behind him, but a nice level topped, well balanced, correct kind of a ram to start off the show.
Placing on the Slickshorn yearling class for Hampshire's. First goes to entry 163, Paradise 1545, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. Judging our Hampshire show for the National Hampshire portion of the Slickshorn division is Eric Shellhouse from Delaware, Ohio. Eric raises and sells Hampshire and Dorset club lambs, and he works for a leading livestock marketing company. Let's welcome Eric Shellhouse to your National Hampshire show. For the Shropshire show, our group of 3 lambs class results. First place goes to Jaden Slutz, City Limit Sheep Farm, Maple Park, Illinois. Second place to Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Third place to Randy and Julie Rife, Yellow Springs, Ohio. 4, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 5, Eric Merzinski Farms, Rolling Prairie, Indiana. 6th place, Caleb Fritz, Middleton, Tennessee. 7th place, Taylor Ruff, Mechanicsburg, Ohio. And 8th place to Emily Anderson, Macon, Missouri.
Let me know how that goes. Romney exhibitors, please begin into your white yearling rams ready to go show the complete white Romney show, which we didn't have the color. We are on the block class production. Please begin into those Romney yearling rams ready in white finishes.
Nice pair in this Hampshire Shropshire January buck class. Starting off with a ram that has an advantage in overall length of body, but I think more importantly than that, when we get right on top of this buck, quite a bit more thickness down his top. He's wedge-shaped when you get right behind him. He's square out of his hip. I really like the volume and the balance of the ram we have in second. Here's a buck that's got some full ribs, some spring of rib. He's got a lot of center body dimension, but as we really start to study him, he gets a little peaked over his loin. We'd like to square him up out of his pin and just give him a little bit more length from that last rib back, but a nice pair of January bucks.
Do have a couple of Hampshire announcements. The Hampshire silent auction will close today at 1 p.m. Your silent auction will close at 1 p.m., so get those bids in quick. It's getting close. We're also ready to draw for the Heininger Expert Clippers that the AHSA has a drawing for. So we've got the tickets up here, and we're going to draw right now to see who takes those home. And it looks like David Hoskins. David Hoskins, if you're here, please come up and see Jeff Ebert to get those clippers. Placing on the Shropshire Flock class, first place goes to Jaden Slutz, City Limits Sheep Farm, Maple Park, Illinois. Second place and winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for your Shropshire Show, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Third place, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 4, Eric Merzinski Farms, Rolling Prairie, Indiana. 5, Taylor Ruff, Mechanicsburg, Ohio. 6, Caleb Fritz, Middleton, Tennessee. 7, Emily Anderson, Macon, Missouri. That does conclude our Shropshire Show. Our judge has been Bill Bryant of Ohio.
With these smaller classes in the Hampshire Slick Division in the bucks, we're not going to take a lot of time, and here's a decision that's pretty simple for me. A really, really nice buck lamb to start this class off with. I love this buck when he travels around the ring. He's really correct, takes a long stride off both ends. When you get him on this side, he is just beautiful through his front 1/3, really up in his front end. He's really His neck comes out of his shoulder extremely well. You get your hands on him, he doesn't disappoint you. There's a lot of width and thickness to this buck. I think a really nice one to start off with. Bigger framed ram here in second, tremendously long-bodied, but when we start to analyze him, he's certainly frailer in his bone, he's smaller in his foot size. Around when we get behind him, there's not near as much sheep there, but certainly we appreciate his length and his frame size.
Now ready for March, Ram Lambs, Shropshire Division.
Placing on the January Ram Lambs for the Hampshire Slickshorn Show. First place to 167. Placing 167, first Paradise 6100, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. Second place to 169, Elpar 1602, Alexis Luton, Olean, Missouri. In the February slick-sheared class of Rams, first to 172, BWF 119, Sidney McAllister, West Manchester, Ohio. Second place to entry 171, Storms 594, Susanna Storms, Washburn, Illinois.
For the Romneys, we're ready to begin with the White Romney Show with the Winter Ram Lambs. Romney, Winter Ram Lambs, Ram Lambs. Joe, you might want to rephrase that. Mindy may have laid out the clips. I doubt if she dressed it. You're getting a little personal, Joe.
Judging our Romney show today is Steve Reed from Houstonia, Missouri. Steve is a full-time farmer. He also raises Oxfords, Southdowns, and natural-colored Lincolns. Steve is shown and judged all over the country, and we appreciate him being here with us to do not only the Romneys, but a little later the Cordales as well. Please help me welcome Steve Reed to the North American.
green light. I mean, when you get that top, you just tap it again and turn it back on.
Well, good afternoon. It's certainly a pleasure to be here to judge the Romney show again. We've only got 2 white winter bucks out here in this class. They're both very nice bucks. Really appreciate the overall length in this first place. You get your hands on him. He's very true down his top. Tremendous bone underneath this buck. Really a bold fleece on him. I really appreciate that. The buck in second, another long body buck. Maybe not quite as nice when you get your hands on him down that top line as that we have in our first place buck. Really nice fleece on him. Really a nice pair. Congratulations.
Placing on the Winter Ram Lamb class for the Romney White Division. First place goes to entry 1, Little Hooves 604. Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. Second place to entry 2, Little Hooves 672. Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey.
Kind of an interesting class as we enter these March bucks in the Slick Shorn Ham show. I think that there's maybe not a perfect one in this class, but if we could combine these top 3 and take pieces from all of them, we'd have one that really fits the bill. But to me, the buck that puts the most positives together is one we start with. I'll be the first to admit I'd sure like to watch him move out leveler down his top when we get him going. But when we get this one stuck in one place, boy, is he cool from this side. His neck comes right out of the top of his shoulder. This is the buck that by far has got the most muscle, and as we watch him track away, he tracks the widest while still being correct in the placement of his back foot and his hock. He's a ram that's got some thickness and squareness out of his hip, and yet is still really elegant and elevated. The buck in second, I think, is super complete. There's a lot of good pieces in this buck. I like him in terms of his structure. There's just not enough of him when we get right on top of him and right behind him. I like to square him up out of his hip. A buck that gets just a little bit narrower and plainer in his rack, but a buck that's really typey. He's really good in terms of his structure. Just need to give him a little bit more width and thickness and just make more of him to get over the ram we start with. Buck I thought I might consider using to start the class off with stands here in third. Here's one when he walks in the ring. Boy, is he tall-fronted and exotic and cool. You get on top of him, he has got a great big hip in him. He's really wide. The problem is with that width, as he walks away from you, he doesn't handle his hock near well enough for me. He wants to turn that right hock quite a bit, gets a little bit weaker on his rear pastern. If we could fix those 2 things about him, I think we could move this buck up in class. Big growthy ram here in fourth. Buck, you sure appreciate that. I think he beats the ram in fifth in terms of muscle and thickness down his top. He doesn't balance near as well for me. He doesn't stand on quite as much substance of bone as the 3 rams ahead of him. Another real high-performing ram coming out in fifth. Again, just a little bit plainer compared to the ones that we have ahead of him, but a tremendous set of March buck lambs.
Now ready for pair of ram lambs. Placing on the March and later born slick shorn Hampshire Ram Lambs. First place to entry 176, Flanders VIP 6230 ET, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Second to 177, Fleener 1661, Tim and Sarah Fleener, Robesonia, Pennsylvania. And third to 178, Northern Oklahoma College, Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Now ready to show for champion and reserve champion Slick Shorn Hampshire Ram. Placing on the class of pair ram lambs, first place went to Land Run Hamps of Agra, Oklahoma.
Really nice class of junior buck lambs here in your Romney show. I think a really nice one to start with. He's a big frame buck. I do appreciate that about him. A lot of bone underneath this buck. You get into his fleece, just a beautiful fleece front to rear, very uniform, very consistent. You handle him down his top. He's very true down his top, tremendously long from that last rib back. I think my closest placing for me at least was between my second and third place buck. I think the one we're going to slide up here in second, I think he's just a bit cleaner up through that front end, just maybe a notch longer. Both bucks, tremendous bone under them. Both bucks, really nice fleeces. Another thick-made buck here in fourth place. You certainly appreciate a lot of pieces. He shows you a buck I'd just like to make a notch sounder for me to use any higher in the class today. Congratulations.
Placing on the white spring ram lamb class for the Romneys, first to entry 5, Thistledown 624, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Second to entry 4, Little Hooves 6119, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. Third to entry 6, Caitlin Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. And 4 to entry 3, Caitlin Plank.
We haven't had tremendous numbers in the Slick Shorn Hamp Ram show, but I think certainly there's been a lot of quality. It's been a pleasure to judge these. I think as we get them out here and start to analyze them, we've talked about each one, so we'll kind of leave it at the comments previous, but there's one that, none of them are perfect. Everything has an issue, but one that I think comes to the top pretty handily for me in terms of combining some length and elevation with still some look and muscle. Right when you get behind him, there's substance. He's got a lot of turn to his center rib, a lot of volume. We're going to use your March buck lamb for your champion ram. I think for reserve, it gets maybe a little bit closer between our February and our second March, but I think there's just so much more of this second place March buck, so much more center body and so much more width down his top. I think an awfully nice one for reserve. Congratulations.
For the Slickshore and Hampshire show, our champion ram was 176 out of the March Ram Lamb class. Flanders VIP 6230 ET, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. The reserve champion was second in that class. Entry 177, Fleener 1661, Tim and Sarah Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. Now ready to move into your slick-sheared yearling ewes. Slick-sheared yearling ewes, please.
Really four nice lambs out here for your Romney champion here. We've got winter buck lamb up here on this end. Really a lot of things I like about him. Tremendously long. I really like the way he handles down his trop. Just love the bone work underneath this buck. You get into his fleece, it's just very uniform, very bold, a lot of character to it. I just really love the fleece on this buck. And we go back to our first place junior buck lamb, big frame buck. You really like that. He's got some extension up through the front end. He's a long body buck, but maybe not quite the length from that last rear back. Actually, we have in our winter buck lamb up here a very uniform fleece, maybe not quite as bold, maybe not quite the character we have in our winter buck lamb up here. I'm going to use your winter buck. He's going to be your champion ram. We're going to go back and use your June buck. He'll be reserve champion.
Grand champion white division Romney Ram went to entry number 1, the Winter Ram Lamb, Little Hooves 604, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. The reserve grand champion white Romney Ram to entry 5, first in the spring Ram Lamb class, Thistledown 624, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Now ready to move into our white female show for the Romneys. We need white Romney yearling ewes to the ring. Placing on the white Romney pair Ram Lamb class, first to Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. Second to Caitlin Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. Currently showing Hampshire Slickshorn yearling ewes. We have an entry that we're missing from 182 from Tingle. Walker and Camden Tingle, you have an entry in this class.
really nice class of yearling ewes here. Certainly some differences out here, some issues to deal with. The two ewes we have towards the top of the line, I like a lot of things about both these ewes. I guess the one I'm going to start with puts more things together for me. You handle her down her top. She's very nice handling down her top. She's very true. You get into her fleece. She's very uniform, very consistent front to rear. She's just a notch longer bodied than what I have in my second place ewe. Certainly handles with a bit more length from that last rib back. The ewe in second, I love the way she's put together up through that front end. She's clean. She's extended. Maybe not quite as true down her top line. A ewe carrying a bit more wool on her than what we have in our first place ewe, but certainly a lot of nice pieces to her also. The ewe in third, another long-bodied ewe. You really appreciate the overall length. You get your hands on her, maybe not quite as nice down that top line, maybe not quite as eye-peeling fleece as what we have on the two ewes ahead of her. The small ewe here I put in fourth place. Yes, I'd like to make her bigger, but this is the best handling ewe down the top line we have in the class. I think the best fleece that we have in the class. I'd just like to make her a notch bigger to move up any more in the class. We move down to the ewe in fifth place. Another ewe that gives up some size to these bigger ewes we have ahead of her. A ewe that doesn't handle quite as nicely down her top line. And we're going to round out the class with two big, powerful ewes here towards the end of the class. I like the size and scale. I like the thickness they have. Ewes, I just don't care for their fleece as much as what I need to move them any higher in the class today.
Now ready for White Romney pair yearling ewes. Placing on the White Romney yearling ewe class, first place to entry number 10, Little Hooves 546, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. Second place to entry 8, Thistledown 507, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Third to entry number 9, Katie Hacker, Cloverdale, Indiana. 4 to entry 7, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. 5 to 11, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. 6 to 13, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. 7 to entry number 12, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Placing on the pair of white yearling ewes, first place to Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. Second, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Now ready for fall ewe lambs.
Really an outstanding class of ewes in the Slick Shorn Hampshire yearling. Sorry about that, yearling ewe class. I think that there's a lot of differences, and as we really start to look, there's differences in type and kind. There's a little bit of a size difference in this top 5, but as I analyze them, I'm choosing the females that have the most quality, have the most correctness, and I think these 5 are the ones, regardless of how tall they are and how big they are, that do have the most quality, are the most correct females. The ewe that we start the class with, I think, comes out here and wins it pretty handily. Guys, this is a pretty darn good one. There's not a lot of issues with this female. Boy, is she beautiful and elegant through her front end. She is extremely big in her center body and her capacity. And when you get behind her, she's square out of her hip. She tracks away from you perfectly true on those back legs. A ewe that I think has a lot of muscle. She's got a lot of look. She's got a lot of Hampshire breed type. One that I think wins the class pretty easily. Where the decisions start to be made are here in second down. The second place ewe, boy, I'd like to see her bigger. I'll be the first to admit. She is not the biggest ewe in the class. But I guess if the only thing I can say that I don't like about her compared to the ewe in third is that she's not quite as big, I'm going to go ahead and stick her in the second hole. When we put our hands on this female, she is about an inch wider down her top in terms of true muscle width than the ewe that we have in third. Third place ewe certainly has a tremendous amount of extension. She's a big, growthy, powerful female. We put your hands on her, though, there's quite a bit of that power comes from fat. A ewe that's just carrying more condition today. The ewe in second, tremendous on the move. She's as correct as any. One that I think can go home and be a really good, efficient kind of a brood ewe. A female that I like quite a bit. The third place ewe, again, a big, powerful female. If we could strip some of that bark off of her, I'm not sure how much true center rib she has compared to the 2 ahead of her, but I still love this ewe on the move. That's why she has to be third in terms of structure and the way that she gets around the ring and stays level and up in her front end. I don't think there's another female in the class that can compete with the three in the top end. Ewe in fourth, a really nice, complete kind of a female, a really, truly heavy muscled ewe. There's a lot of power in this ewe. What we'd like to change her is really elevate her in her front end. She gets lower in the point of her shoulder. She's coarser and rounder right there at the point of her shoulder. I'd like to give her a little bit more length and extension through her neck. I love this ewe down her top. She's got a great big rack, a big loin, a big square hip. I like the bone work under this ewe. We just like to lengthen her out through her front 1/3 to move her up anymore. A ewe that I really liked when she first came in the class stands here in fifth, and the young ladies had a little tougher time maybe getting her shown. A long-bodied ewe, a tremendously heavy muscled ewe, one of the thickest ewes we've got out here. When we put her in motion, she gets awfully low-fronted for us today. If we could really jack her up as she moves around the ring, we'd move her up a couple spots, but a long-bodied, powerfully muscled kind of a female just doesn't have the extension and the femininity that we have in a few ahead of her. Some exceptionally nice ewes down the way in class. Congratulations to all these exhibitors in a tough class.
Now ready for a pair of yearling ewes for the Slickshorn Hampshires. Placing on the yearling ewes for the Slickshorn division of the Hampshire Show, first place goes to entry 187, Flanders VIP 5061, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Second place to entry 206, Northern Oklahoma College GM 1086 5094, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep State Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Third place to entry number 185, Kyle and Jen Fleener, Biglerville, Pennsylvania. Fourth place to entry number 205, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. 5 to 203, Abigail Wilson, Mount Ola, North Carolina. Sixth place to entry number 188, Tim and Sarah Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. 7 to entry 201, Abigail Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 8th place to entry 193, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 9 to entry 207, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. And 10th place to 10th place is entry 197, Isaac Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. Placing on the Hampshire class of Slickshorn yearling ewe pairs, first place goes to Lazy 5 Ranch, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Second, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Third, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. 4, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. 5 Land Run Hamps, Agra, Oklahoma.
Really nice class of ewe lambs here. The ewe lamb we're going to start with, at least in my mind, easily the most complete ewe lamb out here. You get your hands on her. She's very nice handling down her top. Tremendous bone underneath this shoe. You really appreciate the way she sets those feet on all four corners. I think the nicest moving ewe on the ewe that we have in the class. You get into the fleece, very uniform, very consistent front to rear. I think just a complete girl to start the class with. Another big ewe here in second. You carrying a bit more wool than anything else in the class, but still she's a large framed ewe. A ewe with an acceptable fleece on her front to rear, certainly not the fleece that we have in our first place ewe. A ewe that I like to just changes the knots off her front feet when she gets on the move, but still a lot of things to like about this ewe. A long-bodied ewe here in third place. You appreciate the overall length. Really like the fleece on this ewe front to rear. A ewe I'd like to see walk off her back wheels just a notch to move her any higher in the class class today. And we're going to round out the class with another long-bodied ewe. You certainly like that about her, but just a bit plainer in her fleece. Really a nice class. Congratulations.
Now ready for White Romney Spring Ewe Lambs. White Romney Spring Ewe Lambs. Placing on the White Romney Fall Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry 14. E.C. Plank, 1532. Caitlin Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. Placing on the White Romney Winter Ewe Lamb class, first to entry 16. Chapin, 185. Megan Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. Second to entry 15, Thistledown 604. Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Third to 18, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. And 4 to entry 17, Little Hooves Romneys.
Nice class of fall ewe lambs here. I think one that again wins this class pretty handily. A really, really powerful female, but in the relation to the rest of the class, by far the best balanced. She is the best in terms of the way that her shoulder ties into the rest of her body. Her neck sits right on top of that shoulder. A female that if we were to make her ideal, I'd like to see her a little freer in her movement around the ring on those rear legs. She is just a little bit tight and wants to tuck them up underneath her just a hair, but one that I really, really like for her power and her look and femininity. Two similar ewes here in second and third. I like the ewe in second in terms of her structure. I like her pastern better. I like the shoe down her top. She's square out of her hip. I'd sure like to give her more depth of flank and shallow her up on her chest floor in relation to the two that sit on either side of her. But I think in terms of the way that she's structured on her feet and legs, she needs to beat the ewe that we have in third. A little bit longer bodied ewe in third. Another really, really powerful, really heavy bone kind of a female. I'd like to strengthen her on her rear pasterns. Maybe strengthen her in the way she sets that right hock down as we get her on the move, but one that I really like her length of body. I like the amount of muscle and bone she has. And another really nice ewe lamb that gives up some performance here in fourth. Really pretty through her front end. Really good in terms of her structure. Another nice ewe lamb in fourth. Thank you.
For our Slickshorn Hampshires, we're now ready to select Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion ewe. Placing on the Senior Ewe Lamb class for the Slickshorn Hampshires, first place to entry number 209, Flanders, VIP 5400, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Second to 211, Lazy 52931. Lazy 5 Ranch, Abigail Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Third to entry 210, Lazy 5 Ranch, Abigail Wilson. And fourth to 213, Sydney McAllister, West Manchester, Ohio.
Let's put our hands together for a really outstanding Hampshire Slickshorn Senior Female Division. I think a really outstanding group we've got out here. To me, there's one ewe that comes out and dominates the division for me, one that I liked an awful lot in class, one that I think still stands the test of putting her up against the other class winner. The yearling ewe is going to be her champion. She's just an awfully nice one. I think it gets closer for reserve. I think we've got a second place yearling ewe that certainly gives up some size and some length of body and some length of front end, but I think she's tremendously good in terms of the way she moves about the ring. I think she stays true to her top line. I think she stays true in her feet and legs. I think she's really heavy boned and big rib. We've got a fall ewe lamb that matches the kind and type of our champion ewe a little bit better. We put her in motion. She gets too restricted out of her hip for me. I love this one to her front 1/3. I like her down her top. I just wish she stood on maybe a little bit larger foot and got out and moved just a little bit better off those rear legs. We're going to go ahead and follow up our champion with our second place yearling ewe. I just love her in terms of her structure. A really nice pair. Congratulations.
Senior champion ewe for the Slickshorn Hampshire show goes to 187 out of our yearling class. Flanders VIP 5061, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. The reserve senior champion was second in that class. Northern Oklahoma College, GM 10865094, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Now ready for January Slickshorn ewe lambs. In our Hampshire shows today, we do have several special trophies being given out. The Jim Kretcher Trophy, a traveling trophy in honor of Mr. Kretcher, a former executive secretary, presented to the exhibitor of the first place mixed pair. The Flock Challenge Cup is presented in honor of DL and R.E. Chapman, breeders of Hampshires for over 50 years, sponsored by the Chapman Sheep Farm of South Rockwood, Michigan. The Roy Gilman Memorial Award in honor of Mr. Gilman, who was a Hampshire Executive Secretary from 1956 to 75, given for the first place young flock.
Really nice class of ewe lambs. Certainly some issues to deal with for me in this class, things I'd like to change. I guess the most complete ewe for me, certainly the one I'm going to start with. She's very true down her top. She's got some length from that last rib back. Really nice on her feet and legs. Very nice uniform fleece front to rear. The ewe in second's a bit greener. I'd like to deepen her up through the flank if I could change her in any way, but she's really nice down her top, super nice on her feet and legs, so she's going to be in second for me. Certainly a smaller package here in third, but here's a ewe that's really nice handling down her top. She's got some length of body to her, certainly some length in the last rib back. Maybe not quite the bone work underneath this ewe as we have in the two ewes ahead of her, but a ewe with a really consistent, very nice fleece front to rear. The big ewe here in fourth place, really like a lot of things about her. She's Big framed, I appreciate that. She's clean up through the front end. Once again, a ewe carrying considerably more wool than quite a few in this class, but she's still a big old girl. A ewe that to me is just a bit inconsistent in her fleece front to rear. A ewe I like to change just the knots off her back wheels if I could in any way. And we move into certainly attractive ewe here in 5th place. You certainly like to look at her on a side profile, a ewe with plenty of bone underneath her, a ewe with a really nice fleece on her. A ewe I just like to make a notch sounder for me to use her any higher in the class today. We move down to the other end of the class, just the smaller packages in these ewes. I think really a nice class. Congratulations.
Results of the White Romney Spring Ewe Lamb class. First place goes to entry 19, Little Hooves 6104, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. Second to 25, Little Hooves 6148, Little Hooves Romneys. Third place to 22, Caitlin Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. 4 to 20, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. 5 to entry 24, Megan Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. 6 to 21, Catherine Romas of Chichester, New Hampshire. And 7 to 23, Caitlin Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the White Romneys. First place to Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. Second, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Third, Megan Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. And 4, Caitlin Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan.
got some exceptional ewes out here for your White Romney champion today. Talked about them all in class. Today we're going to use your first place yearling ewe for champion ewe. Just a lot of things to like about her. She's super thick down her top. She's very true handling down her top. Stands with enough bone underneath her for me today. Really a nice fleece on this ewe front to rear. For me it gets much closer for my reserve champion. Really like a lot of things about the second place ewe. Tremendously thick handling down her top. She's got some thickness to her. She carries out very nice through that hip structure. An acceptable fleece on this ewe. Plenty of bone work underneath her. And then back over here to my winter ewe lamb. Really a lot of things to like about her. Tremendous fleece on her. Just tremendously uniform. A lot of luster to this fleece. Really like the bone work under this ewe. A ewe I'd like to stretch her out a notch if I could change her anyway. So to me it's very close between those two. Today we're going to go and use your second place yearling ewe. She'll be reserve champion. Congratulations.
Grand champion ewe for the White Romney show goes to entry number 10. First place yearling ewe, Little Hooves 546. Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. The reserve grand champion to entry number 8. Second in that yearling ewe class, Thistledown 507, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Now ready for best fleeced animal. Best fleeced animal.
An outstanding class of January ewe lambs. I think probably the deepest class we've seen here in the Slickshore Hampshire show. Female that we're starting with, I think, is just tremendous. She really caught my eye when she walked in the ring, and I wondered, is she just a little bit coarse for me? She's a ewe that is plenty wide to her chest floor, but I like that about her. It shows that she has true base width. She's still flat at the point of her shoulder, and I like that. Her neck ties into the right part of her shoulder. She remains up-fronted when we get her in motion, and yet she's tremendously thick down her top. She's got a big, bold forerib. She's a ewe that when you get behind her, she is tremendously thick from stifle to stifle, and by far excels the ewe in second in terms of sheer volume of muscle and just broodiness. The ewe in second, certainly the most pretty, the showiest sheep in the class. I love the front end of this ewe lamb. She is extremely elegant through her front 1/3. She is really level down her top. As we watch her walking from the side, she takes a long stride, but we get behind her, she's the narrowest tracking sheep of this top 3. We'd like to pull her apart in her hock as she walks away from us, give her just a little bit more thickness from stifle to stifle as compared to the ewe that we start the class with, but certainly one of the prettiest, most eye-appealing females in the class. A ewe lamb that follows her type and kind sits here in 3rd. She's awfully full today, and I think that maybe takes away from her on the move. She wants to roach in her top line, maybe take a more restricted step off those back wheels compared to the 2 that stand up ahead of her. If we could make her just a little bit more comfortable as she moves around the ring, I actually would consider flipping the 2nd and 3rd place ewes. Ewe in 4th, a big framed ewe, another ewe that I really liked when she first walked into the ring. The more we get her in motion and get her out around the ring, she's a little bit straight in the rear hock, and that causes her to want to get up in her top line just a little bit when we set her in motion. I love this one when she's standing still. She's really elegant through her front end. She's really wedgy designed down her top. She's got a big square hip in her, but for as big as she is, I'd like to make her bigger in overall foot size as well, but a tremendous female in this top 4. A really broody female that I think will make a spectacular mama is sitting here in 5th. This is a big middled ewe. She's probably the fattest one we've got in the top 5, but she's got the most true rib, I think, as well. I love this one from the design standpoint in that way. I love her when we get her in motion. She is the widest base sheep we have in the class. If we could give her just a little bit more true shape and muscle expression when we get our hands on her, maybe lengthen her out just a tick through her front 1/3 compared to the 4 ahead of her, but I really, really think this one's going to be fun to put in the lambing barn. A really nice female is set in 5th. Outstanding class of January ewe lambs. Thank you.
Placing on the Slickshore January ewe lamb class for the Hamps. First place goes to entry 221, Slack 6230, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second to 216, Flanders, VIP 6188 ET, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Third place to entry number 226, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 4 to 231, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. Fifth place to 227, Kyle and Jen Fleener, Biglerville, Pennsylvania. Sixth place to 233, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. 7 to 229, Mackenzie Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. 8th place to entry 223, Abigail Wilson, Lazy 5 Ranch, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 9 to entry number 230, Izzy Wade, Jamestown, Indiana. And 10th place to entry number 214, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Now need our February class of slick-shorn ewe lambs in the ring.
Only 2 entries here in our natural color yearling rams here in the Romney show, but really 2 really stout individuals. Certainly a large frame buck. I'm going to start the class with you. Certainly appreciate the size and scale. Stands with a lot of bone underneath him. Tremendously long top, tremendously long from the last rib back. Really like the front end, the extension that he shows you. Really a nice fleece front to rear. The buck in second certainly gives up some size, but another buck's got a lot of nice qualities about him. I really like the bone underneath this buck. Another tremendously long body buck. Really nice fleece on it. Very consistent. Lots of luster to it. 2 nice bucks. Congratulations.
Placing on the natural colored Romney yearling ram class, first place to entry number 27, Little Hooves 537, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. Second place to entry 26, Hope Hollow 1501, Nathaniel Trojanowski, East Hampton, Connecticut.
Really nice class of fall bucks, certainly some differences, certainly things to work through here. I think the buck we're going to start with, certainly not the largest frame buck in the class. I think he's the most correct buck. Really appreciate the bone this buck has. Love the fleece on this buck, very uniform, very consistent front to rear. You get your hands on him, he's really nice down his top. Really like him out through the hip. A bigger package here in second place. I really like the size and scale this buck has. I like the bone underneath him. You get your hands on him, he's very green in his makeup, certainly not the thickness down his top, maybe not quite as nice out through that hip, and certainly not as consistent a fleece as what we have in our first place buck. The buck I thought I could use earlier in the class to win with is the buck standing here in third. Certainly got some width and dimension down his top. I like him up through the front end. Tremendous bone work under this buck, really like his fleece. Just need to change him a notch as he moves about the ring off those rear legs to use him any higher in the class today. And we're going to move into fourth and fifth, just a couple smaller package bucks, maybe a bit more refined in their makeup. Nice fleeces on these bucks, but just gives up too much to get above these 3 bucks ahead of them. Really a nice class. Congratulations.
Placing on the Romney Natural Colored Winter Ram Lamb class, first place to entry number 31, Little Hoof 621, Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. Second to 28, Bernardo, HV 36, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. Third to 29, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. 4 to 32, Little Hooves Romneys. And 5 to 30, Amy Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California.
really a nice class of Romney buck lambs here. I think the most complete buck standing here in first. Super well balanced buck. You appreciate the overall length he has. He's very clean. He's extended up through that front end. He's got a very nice fleece front to rear, like the bone work underneath his buck. The buck in second more heavily boned. While I do appreciate that about him, I don't believe he's quite as balanced as what I had in my first place buck. Not quite as clean in, up through that front end. The buck in third place, really a neat package here. He's very nice down his top line. He's just green as a gourd, but I really like the design this buck has. I think he just needs a bit more time to get around these two bucks ahead of him. Really a nice class. Congratulations.
Now ready for pair ram lambs, natural colored Romney pair ram lambs.
Really a powerful set of February ewe lambs in this Hampshire show, and as you get all the way down to the end, there's a lot of quality in this class. I think this top 5 females all would be females that anyone would be proud to have in their flock. To me, it all comes down to the ewe that wins the class is not maybe the flashiest, showiest female out here, but boy, this one's just the most complete and the most correct. She is as opened up as anything we've seen today in terms of through her lower cage. She is really wide track, and as she goes away from you, she stays together on the move. Here's a ewe that's still good and flat at the point of her shoulder and clean at her breastplate. One that I think is better in terms of her hip design than our second place ewe. One that's better in her back leg set than our second place ewe, and still I think maintains balance and elevation and look. The ewe in second is one that maybe has a little bit bigger foot. She's a really flashy kind of a female. She maybe has a tick more set to her hock than we might need to see. She's very well fitted, but a ewe that I think is just a little bit higher in her flank than she is in her lower forerib. I think those are the places that we'd like to change her in relation to our class winner. Is she a little bit taller shouldered? Yes, she probably is. Is she bigger footed? Yes, she probably is. But we just like to drop her in her rear flank. We like to change the set to her hock ever so slightly as she goes on the move. The ewe in third is the one I really thought when she walked in the ring was going to win the class for me, but as we really start to analyze her, the longer she's out here, she's one that gets by far the coarsest in terms of her lower shoulder for me. She's the biggest in her breastplate. We'd again like to drop her in her flank, and as she wants to go away from us, she wants to turn that left hock just a little bit more than we'd like to see. I love this one when she's stuck from the side, tremendously long-bodied, really up-fronted. Just has some small problems that we'd like to change to get her up any higher. One of the prettiest females we've seen in the class is in fourth. Really, really good fronted. I love the front end design of this female. She's extremely good in terms of her breastplate and the lower part of her shoulder. Her neck ties really high into her shoulder. She's really big down her top. When we watch this one walk away from us again, she comes in at her hock and gets a little bit more restricted in her movement off those rear two, but one that I think is awfully, awfully good in her own right. The power ewe in the class stands here in 5. Here's one that's tremendously thick. She's got a lot of bone. She's got a lot of center rib. She gets plainer in her look compared to the 4 ahead of her. We'd like to elevate her through her front end, make her longer in her neck. But I think a really broody, big, powerful kind of ewe that's going to make a tremendous brood ewe for the young man. Outstanding class. Congratulations.
Now ready for March and later ewe lambs. Hampshire Slickshorn March and later ewe lambs. Placing on the class of February ewe lambs for the Hampshires. First place to entry 249. Fleener Club Lambs 1613. Kyle and Jen Fleener of Biglerville, Pennsylvania. Second place to 236, Slack 6407, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Third to 241, Jordan Leininger. 4 to 252, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Fifth place to entry 243, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. 6 to 239, Tim and Sarah Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. 7 to 237, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. 8 to 234, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 9th place to 250, Brianna Knettel, Greenfield, Illinois. And 10 to 248, Kyle and Jen Fleener, Biglerville, Pennsylvania. Placing on the pair of ram lambs for the natural colored Romney show, first to Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. Second, Little Hooves, Romney's, Morristown, New Jersey. Placing on the natural colored spring ram lamb class for the Romneys, first to entry 35, EC Plank 1614, Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. Second to 36, Higgins 1637, Megan Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. Third to 37, Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan.
Really nice group of bucks out here for your natural colored champion ram. At least in my mind, I think we've got a pretty handy winner for me today. We're going to use your first place yearling ram. He's going to be your champion ram. And we're going to come down and use junior buck lamb. He'll be reserve champion. Congratulations.
Natural colored Romney Grand Champion Ram was entry number 27. First place yearling ram, Little Hooves 537, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. The reserve grand champion went to entry 35 out of the spring ram lamb class, EC Plank 1614, Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. Now ready to move into our Romney natural colored yearling ewes. Romney natural colored yearling ewes.
silent auction items over with the folks there at the Hampshire booth. Carlin Grace, Kristen Furman, and Mary Hill. Sorry. Yeah, so Chip,
Another outstanding class as we get into your March and later ewe lambs. There's quite a bit of difference in maturity, as there always is in this class, from top to bottom, but I think we're starting with two really youthful females that are certainly giving up some age and days to some of the ones behind them. The ewe lamb I win the class with is the truest in terms of her rib cage design. This one's more opened up in her forerib. This one's wider in her chest floor, and yet she still has a ton of elevation to her front end. She's really square down her top. If we were to make her ideal compared to our second place, she's giving up some foot size, giving up a little bit of bone. But I think this one is just more true in terms of her rib cage design. I think she's got more width of chest and still remains really elevated and flat shouldered. The one that looks like a show cow stands here in second. She is really cool in her ribs. She's soggy in her flank. I love that. I love the bone she has. She really tracks well around the ring. But when we get right on top of her and behind her, there's not near as much true width, I don't think, as we see in the one that stands right above her. She's narrower in her chest floor. She doesn't have as much thickness right out of her pin. But I love this one from the side. I love this one's design. I like her bone and her structure. She stands second. Big, mature ewe standing here in third that I think compared to our fourth place, she's just a tick taller at the point of her shoulder. She's a ewe that's really big down her top. She's got a great big old hip, but she again, compared to the two ahead of her, is coarser in that lower shoulder. She gets just a little bit deeper in terms of her chest, a little bit plainer for me compared to the two that stand above her. Extremely long-bodied ewe comes here in fourth, and that may work to her detriment to some extent because with that length of body, she can't maintain her levelness when we get her on the move. She's quite a bit higher in her hip than she is at the top of her shoulder. She gets a little bit bolder and coarser again compared to the two that stand in first and second. Compared to our third place ewe, I don't think she's got as much flank, as much center body volume, but I think a really nice one. I like the breed type. I like the muscle and the length. The ewe in fifth just kind of sits in fifth hole. She's a little bit plainer in her kind. She doesn't have as much look to us today, but she's a good body. She's a big, broody kind of a female that's correct in her structure and has some muscle and fits nicely into that fifth spot. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of March and later born ewe lambs for the Hampshires in the slick sheared division. First place goes to entry 260, Flanders VIP 6231 ET, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Second to 266, Fleener Club Lamb 1620, Kyle and Jen Fleener, Biglerville, Pennsylvania. Third place to 272, Abigail Wilson, Lazy Five Ranch, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 4 to 273, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. 5 to 271, Abigail Wilson, Lazy Five Ranch, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 6 to 261, Tim and Sarah Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. 7 to entry 268, David Van Cleve, Seneca, Illinois. 8 to entry 262, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. 9 to 270, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center. And 10 to 259, Corbin, Campbell, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky.
Really a nice class of yearling ewes here. Certainly quality from one end to the other. We've got a couple different types out here. The ewe I'm going to start with, I guess, puts more things together for me. You get your hands on her. She's got some thickness down her top. She's extremely long from that last rib back. Really appreciate the bone this ewe has underneath her. And you get into the fleece, just a beautiful fleece on this ewe. Very uniform, consistent front to rear. Very bold and a lot of luster. I just really appreciate the fleece on her. The ewe in second, a lot like her. Once again, a ewe very extended up through the front end. Tremendous bone underneath this ewe. A ewe just shortens up a notch for me, certainly flank to flank compared to our first place ewe. that length from the last rear back. But once again, a ewe with a really nice fleece on her front to rear. A bit different type ewe here in third place, extremely long-bodied. I'd really appreciate that about her. She's carrying very little fleece down her top. She's very nice down her top line. A ewe I'd like to just give a bit more to today, deepen her up through that flank to get around these heavier built ewes we have ahead of her, but certainly a ewe with a lot of nice pieces to her. And then we'll come back into fourth place, a ewe with a bit more thickness to her. Once again, just on an overall length that we have in those two ewes ahead of her. Certainly not quite as clean and extended up through the front end. And then we're going to follow her with a more extreme type ewe. I'd just like to see a bit more to her. He's definitely down through that rear flank. Really a nice class. Congratulations.
Placing on the Hampshire pair of ewe lambs, first place goes to Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second to Kyle and Jen Fleener, Biglerville, Pennsylvania. Third, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Fourth to Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. 5 to Lazy 5 Ranch, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. And 6 to Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Now ready to show for junior champion and reserve junior champion ewe on the Hampshire side of the ring. Placing on the natural colored yearling ewe class for the Romneys. First place to entry 39, Little Hooves 4179. Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. Second place to 46, Thistledown 521, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Third to 42, Nathaniel Trojanowski, East Hampton, Connecticut. 4, entry 44, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. 5 to 43, Nathaniel Trojanowski, East Hampton, Connecticut. 6 to 40, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. And 7:45, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey.
independent Hampshire Champion Ram and ewe and reserve champion Hampshire Ram and ewe, as well as any of you that are going to participate in the mixed pair bred and owned, the young flock and the flock class, best headed ram, best headed ewe classes. We're on our last thing before we pick our overall champion, reserve champion, Slickshorn ewes. We're doing junior champion ewes right now. So keep that pair to bring those animals to the ring. We will show grand champion ewes for all first, followed by best headed ewes, then grand champion ram and reserve, best headed ram, mixed pair, bred known, young flock, flock. That's the order of shows.
In the Romney show here, only one entry in the fall ewe lamb class, and ewe certainly could handle some more competition. She's really straight in her line. She's true down her top. Tremendous fleece on her front to rear. Really appreciate a lot about her. Congratulations.
It's really been a nice set of junior U, or in this junior U class, or division, excuse me. I think every class we found one to the top that is pretty complete, has some quality and some positives to them. To me, there's one that just puts the most together. She's extremely correct. She doesn't have any big holes in her. She's big in her bold in her forerib, and yet still extended enough through her front end. Really, really complete. Your February UM will be your junior champion. I think it gets pretty close for reserve for me. We've got a really powerful January ewe lamb. As we get her out here, she gets a little bit plainer through her front 1/3 in comparison to the other two class winners. I love this little March ewe lamb. I love her in terms of her extension through her front end. I love her wedginess down her top. She's tremendously big out of her hip and has a lot of future. The March ewe lamb will be a reserve.
For the Romney Natural Colored Fall Ewe Lamb class, first place goes to entry 47, EC Plank 1533, Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. Our junior champion Slickshorn Hampshire was entry 249 out of the February Ewe Lamb class. Fleener Club Lambs 1613, Kyle and Jen Fleener, Biglerville, Pennsylvania. The reserve junior champion was entry 260 from the March ewe lamb class. Flanders VIP 6231 ET, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Now showing for Slickshorn champion ewe and reserve. Placing on the Romney Natural Colored pair of yearling ewes, first place to Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. Second to Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. And third to Nathaniel Trojanowski, East Hampton, Connecticut.
Well, I really appreciate you guys having me here to judge the Slick Shorn Division in the Hampshire Show. It's been a dream of mine always to judge on these green shavings, and I think it's been as rewarding as I had hoped it would be. The set of females that have come out in the Slick Shorn Division have made me very proud. I think this is a tremendous group. I think all 4 of these are outstanding representations. Put our hands together for these exhibitors. It's been an outstanding Hampshire show. I think as we get them out here and start to analyze them, there's 2 that very logically come to the top. 2 females that, first and foremost, I guess I probably have talked about structure more than a lot of guys would, but these 2 can move, they can get around the ring, and yet they still have some muscle, they have some extension and look. I like a female that looks like a female. To me, there's a female that comes out and she is just outstanding in terms of her design. I love her front 1/3. I love the way that her neck ties in right at the top of her shoulder. Her shoulder blade is extremely good in terms of its angles and extremely flat at the point. This female is big and bold in her forerib. She is big and stout out of her hip. She handles with tremendous length down her top. She handles her rear leg extremely well as she moves away. I think her advantage over our reserve is that she is just a little bit taller fronted, just a little bit cooler, and just a little bit shapelier in terms of her muscle. We're going to use your yearling ewe for your champion ewe. I think for reserve, the one that follows her very logically is one that's extremely big and bold in her forerib. Again, extremely good as she moves around the ring. This female maybe doesn't have quite as the expression of muscle, maybe not quite as tall at the point of her shoulder, but she's awfully good. The junior champion will be a reserve.
Champion Slick Shorn ewe for the Hampshire Show is entry 187, the yearling ewe, Flanders, VIP 5061, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. The reserve champion is 249, our junior champion out of the February ewe lamb class, Fleener Club Lambs 1613, Kyle and Jen Fleener, Biglerville, Pennsylvania. Our Slick Shorn Premier Exhibitor is Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. We're now ready to show for our overall Grand Champion Hampshire ewe at your national show. We'll need those 4 ewes from the previous classes, the 2 that were just selected, entry 187 and 249, along with 77 and 138 from the fitted show.
Really nice class of Romney ewe lambs here. I think we've got a pair up here on top. They're very similar in type and kind. There's some ewes you get your hands on. They have something to them when you handle them down their top. They got some width of dimension. They've got some length from that last rib back. Really appreciate the bone this ewe we have in first place stands on. Really like the way she's built up through that front end. Sets that head right on top of her shoulders. Really a tremendous fleece on her front to rear. The ewe in second, awfully lot like her. Another ewe very clean and extended up through the front end. Maybe not quite the bone work we have in our first place ewe, but still a heavily boned ewe. A ewe to me just shortens up a notch compared to what we have in our first place ewe, but really a nice pair to start this class with. The ewe lamb in third place, certainly the most extreme ewe out here. I really like the extension she has up through the front end. I like the length of top she has down there. Her top line, a ewe I just like to give a bit more to her to compete with these 2 heavier built ewe lambs we have ahead of her. We move into 4th and 5th, just a little smaller package in these 2 ewe lambs that shorten up compared to what we have ahead of them. Really a nice class. Congratulations.
Now ready for spring ewe lambs, Romney spring ewe lambs. Placing on the winter ewe lamb class for the Romneys, first place to 53, Little Hooves 649, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. Second place to 49, Thistledown 610, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Third to 52, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. 4 to 50, Little Hooves Romneys. And 5 to 51, Amy Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California.
We're going.
Let's put our hands together for these females in the National Hampshire Show. You know, Gary and I both come from Ohio, and we're both Buckeyes, and in terms of the kind of sheep we like, I think we both like good ones. And we talked kind of throughout the day, and there's some big differences in the two divisions between the fitteds and the slicks, but I think you'll agree that we both tried to come out here and bring correct ones that could walk and move and that were good in their structure. To me, I think that there are two females that are extremely good in their structure, and as different as they may be in terms of their body size and their height and build, there are two females that look like females. They're elegant through their front end. They have bone, they have width, they're square down their tops, they're square out of their hip. I think there's one that's maybe just a little bit more special in terms of her length of body and her stoutness of bone. I like her turn to her ankle at the ground just a little bit better. Your fitted, you will be your supreme champion. Your slick will be your reserve. Congratulations.
Grand Champion ewe for your National Hampshire Show is entry number 77. Out of the fitted division, she was the senior champion, a yearling ewe, Quam 5-235, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. The reserve was entry 187 from the Slickshire division. She was a yearling ewe as well, senior champion, Flanders VIP 5061, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram. Pardon me, Best Headed Ewe. Best Headed Ewe is next. Then we'll do the Rams. Best Headed Ewe.
really a nice set of junior ewe lambs here in the Romney show. I think we've got a really special one to start with. Just a lot of things to like about her. Very extended up through the front end, tremendous bone underneath this ewe, extremely long-bodied. She carries that into handling extremely long. Beautiful fleece on her, front of her, very uniform. Lots of luster in it, just a lot to like about her. The ewe lamb in second, a fancy ewe lamb in her own right, especially looking at her on a side view. Really like her, the way she's tied together up through that front end. Once again, like the bone underneath her. A ewe lamb that shortens up for me, certainly flank to flank compared to what we have in our first place ewe, but lots of nice pieces in this ewe. Really appreciate her a lot. The ewe lamb in third, a big framed ewe. I really appreciate the size and scale she has. I appreciate the length of top she has. A ewe that I'd like to square up just a bit out through that hip structure to get around these two ewes we have ahead of her. A ewe with a very consistent fleece front to rear, maybe not quite the bone work underneath her, but really a nice ewe that fits nicely for me in third hole. A bit smaller package here in fourth, but certainly a fancy ewe lamb in her own right. Very clean, very extended up through the front end. Very nice down her top line, nice set of feet and legs. Really a nice class end to end. Congratulations.
Placing on the natural colored Romney Spring Ewe Lamb class. First place to entry 60, Higgins, 1638, Megan Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. Second place to 58, Thistledown, 620, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Third to 59, Nathaniel Trojanowski, East Hampton, Connecticut. 4 to 61, Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. 5 to 56, Nathaniel Trojanowski, East Hampton, Connecticut. And 6 to 57, Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. Best headed ewe for the Hampshire show went to entry number 160, Herrig 1114. Vanessa Herrig of Slayton, Minnesota. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the natural colored Romney, first place to Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Second to Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. Third to Nathaniel Trojanowski, East Hampton, Connecticut. And 4 to Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan.
Well, once again, extremely good representatives of the Hampshire breed, both segments here, and individuals that are really correct, and we're real happy with the four that are out here. And we look at these bucks and overall packages and what we're trying to look for. Eric and I have agreed today your champion is going to be the champion fitted buck, and reserve is going to be the champion slick. Congratulations.
Grand Champion Ram for your National Hampshire Show is entry number 33. The Champion Fitted Ram, the Junior Champion, February Ram Lamb, Caskey, 6448 Pine Lawn Farms, Caskey family, Holland, Minnesota. The reserve was the Slick-Sheared Champion, 176, First March Ram Lamb, Flanders VIP, 6230 ET. Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Again, now ready to show Best Headed Ram.
Really a nice group of Romney ewes out here for your champion ewe. Really think we've got some consistency out here. They're all super good on their feet and legs. They've all got wonderful fleeces on them. To me, it comes down to a couple, I think, a close placing, at least in my mind, but we're going to switch gears just a bit. We're going to use the young ewe lamb down here, the junior ewe lamb. She's going to be your champion ewe. And we'll go up and use our yearling ewe. She's going to be reserve champion.
Natural Colored Romney Grand Champion ewe is entry number 60 out of the Spring Ewe Lamb class. Higgins, 1638, Megan Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. The Reserve Grand Champion is entry number 39 from the Yearling Ewe class. Little Hooves, 4179, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. Now ready for Best Fleeced Animal of the Natural Colored Romney Show. Best fleeced animal of the natural colored Romney show is entry number 60, our grand champion ewe from the spring ewe lamb class, Higgins 1638, Megan Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. Now ready for the flock class. Best headed ram for the National Hampshire Show was entry 49, Vice, Lambert 1603, Uptown Farms, La Salade, Missouri. La Clade. Placing on the flock class for the natural colored Romney show, first in the flock and also winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. Second in the flock, Nathaniel Trojanowski, East Hampton, Connecticut. That does conclude our Romney show. Our judge has been Mr. Steve Reed of Houstonia, Missouri. For our Hampshire show, your next class is Young Flock. Ready for Young Flock entries. Ready for Young Flock entries for the National Hampshire show. Winner of the mixed pair class, bred and owned, is Baba Acres, Juneau, Wisconsin.
Good job, buddy.
Yes, ma'am.
For the National Hampshire Show, our winner of the Young Flock class is Pine Lawn Farm, the Caskey family of Holland, Minnesota. We're now ready for the Flock class. Now ready for Hampshire Flock class, please. Judging your National Cordell Show today is Steve Reed of Houstonia, Missouri. Steve is a full-time farmer. He raises Oxfords, Southdowns, and natural-colored Lincolns. He is also judged and exhibited from coast to coast. Let's welcome Steve Reed to your National Cordell Show. For our flock class, first place in flock goes to Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Second place to Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. That does conclude your National Hampshire Show. Gary Saylor and Eric Shellhouse have been our judges.
Thanks, Val. Now ready in the ring one for our Cotswold show begin. Cotswold Racing Association National Show. White Cotswold will start yearly white Cotswold yearling rams. Congratulations. Thank you, Gary.
Well, good afternoon. It's certainly a pleasure to be here for your Cordell show. What a nice class to start with. Certainly some big stout yearling rams out here to get us going. The ram I'm going to start with, I think, puts a lot of things together for me. He's a big ram. I really like that about him. You get your hands on him, extremely true handling down that top. You really like that. Extremely long body, long from the last rib back. Very nice fleece front to rear. Just a lot of nice things about him. The buck in second, maybe not quite as much to him. Shortens up just a bit for me when I get my hands on him compared to our first place buck. But a buck very sound on his feet and legs. Tremendous fleece on him also front to rear. Another really nice buck in third, tremendously large buck. I appreciate the size and scale he has. A buck maybe I'd like to see just move a bit nicer off his back wheels as we go about the ring, but certainly a lot of nice pieces out here. We move down the class. We might just want to sound up a few of the bucks if I could, just to move them any higher in the class. Really nice class. Congratulations.
Placing on the Cordell yearling ram class, first place goes to entry number 2, Freeze 502, Johanna Freeze of New Salem, North Dakota. Second to 4, LRF 1529, Lightning Ridge Farm, Sherburne, Massachusetts. Third to entry 1, Craig and Merlau Cordells, St. Joseph, Illinois. 4 to entry 5, Craig and Merlau Cordells. 5 to entry 6, Philippi Cordells, Hammond, Montana. And 6 to entry 3, Peters Cordells, Versailles, Ohio. Judging the Cotswold Breeders Association National Show today is Aaron Jennings from Lafayette, Indiana. Aaron is the owner and manager of Hired Hand Genetics, and he's a flock consultant. Aaron and his wife Jessica reside in Lafayette, Indiana, where they raise Southdown, Dorset, and black-faced seed stock and club lambs. He grew up raising and evaluating wool, then coached 4 national or co-national wool judging teams at Texas Tech University. Let's welcome Aaron Jennings to your Cotswold Show.
Well, I certainly appreciate the opportunity to come out and evaluate the Cotswold Show here today. I think certainly a nice set of rams here to start off the day. The gentleman's ram I start the class off with one. I think if you look at this one from a skeletal perspective, you can really appreciate him. He's a ram that's stout in terms of his feature. He's masculine and rugged in his design, and yet I think he still maintains a very nice and attractive profile. You get him on the side. You study him in terms of his fleece. You can appreciate his fleece. He's got a nice fleece on him, good, soft to the touch. Not the most uniform from front to back as we look at him in terms of the whole class, but I still think one that's got a high quality fleece on him. I think here the sheep that we've got in second is probably the most massive ram if we look at him in terms of his center body, in terms of his width and stoutness. I think a sheep that to me when you get him on the move and you study him on the side profile doesn't want to balance up quite as nicely, wants to drop out of his hip just a little bit on the move and not maintain himself quite as nicely out of his rear skeleton. The sheep that we have here in third is one that I think is probably the most consistent from front to back in terms of his fleece throughout, a sheep that I can really appreciate just from an overall wool quality standpoint. I just like to change this one a little bit in terms of his balance from the side profile, his skeletal integrity when he gets out and moves just a notch, but still a really high quality fleece on this ram. The sheep that I have in fourth, one that you can really appreciate from a side profile, super attractive, super good looking in terms of his design. He moves out nicely. I just like to change him in terms of his teeth and his pad there, in terms of how he meets his mouth, but I think he's still a very nice sheep in terms of his skeletal characteristics. A good class here. Let's give them all a round of applause. Thank you.
Really nice class of Cordell fall bucks here, and quality certainly in this class in the end. Just some differences about them is how I base my decision. The buck in first, for me, is the most complete buck. Really like the bone underneath this buck. He's super straight down his top. I like the extension up through that front end. I like the way he moves about the ring. Very nice fleece, very uniform front to rear. You do appreciate that about him too. The buck in second, a lot of nice things about him. I don't believe quite the bone work underneath him that we have in our first place buck. You get your hands on him, certainly not the width of dimension down that top is what we have in our first place buck. Just a bit greener made for me today, but still lots of nice pieces here. And the big buck here in third, really like a lot of things about him. I like the bone work underneath him. He certainly doesn't want to be out here today. A buck to me that's not a little more rounded over the hip is what we have, and it might be partly because he didn't want to be here today. A buck certainly loses some consistency of his fleece compared to the 2 bucks we have ahead of him, but 3 really nice bucks. Congratulations.
Placings on the white Cotswold yearling ram class. First place to entry number 3, Eade 324, Robert Eade, Attiville, Illinois. Second to entry 2, Eade 323, Robert Eade. Third place to 56, Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. And 4 to entry 1, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Placing on the class of senior ram lambs for the Cordales. First place went to entry 9, Craig 1531, Craig and Merlau Cordales, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second to entry 7, Lightning Ridge Farm 1601, Lightning Ridge Farm, Sherborne, Massachusetts. Third to entry 11, Philippi Cordales, Hammond, Montana. Now raid on the Cordell side to show for senior champion and reserve senior champion ram. Over on the Cotswold side, we're ready for senior ram lambs.
Really some nice bucks out here for your senior champion today. Today I'm going to use your first place yearling ram. He'll be your senior champion. I'm going to come down and use the fall buck lamb. Really like him a lot for reserve. Congratulations.
Senior champion ram for the Cordells goes to entry number 2. First place yearling ram, Freeze 502, Joanna Freeze of New Salem, North Dakota. The reserve senior champion, entry 9, the first place in the senior ram lamb class, Craig 1531, Craig and Merlau Cordell, St. Joseph, Illinois. Now ready for intermediate ram lambs. Cordell intermediate ram lambs.
Well, I think a very nice class here of fall ram lambs. I think the young lady sheep I choose to start off with, one that really has an awfully nice fleece on him. He's very uniform from front to back, super soft to the touch. I think a great crimp formation as well. And in terms of when you get your hands on him, you can appreciate this sheep. He's stout and rugged in terms of his skeleton. You might like to change him just a little bit in terms of his chest floor, in terms of the way he's designed there as we compare him to the sheep that we have here in second. But he's still a long-bodied, stout-featured ram that's got a lot of mass to him. The young man sheep that I have here in second, one that I really like the design and profile of, this sheep's square built. He's elevating his chest floor, very attractive up through his front end, but yes, still stout and masculine in terms of his features and square built. I think where he holds the advantage over the sheep that we've got in third is there's just more of him today. He's a little bit more massive, a little bit stouter in terms of his center body and his flank line, but I think just, again, maybe like to change his fleece just a notch to move him on up in the class. Young lady sheep that I have here in third, one that I really appreciate the design and profile of this sheep as well, but a sheep that's just a little bit greener in terms of his type and kind. He's a little bit thinner, and you get your hands on him, there's just not as much to him today. I think as he continues to mature on out and stouten up, I think he'll be a nice buck here to work with later on. The young man sheep that we have here in fourth, one that you can appreciate the stoutness and body that this one has. I think when he gets out in the move, you'd really like to change him just a notch in terms of his skeletal design. Doesn't want to maintain and travel quite as nicely out. But a good set all the way through. Let's give them all a round of applause. Thank you.
Placing on the class of senior ram lambs for the white Cotswold division, first place to entry 5, Meyer 1608, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second to entry 6, Meyer 1619, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Third to entry 7, Eade 344, Robert Eade, Addeville, Illinois. And 4 to entry 8, Eade 343, Robert Eade, Addeville, Illinois. Now ready for junior ram lambs.
Really nice class of buck lambs here, only 4 in the class, but certainly good ones end to end. I think a close pair for me in first and second here. A lot of things to like about these both these bucks. The buck in first really liked the bone work under and loved the way he's put together up through the front end. He sets that head right on top of his shoulder. Tremendously long topped, easily the longest handling buck in the class. Really appreciate that about him. Just a lot of nice things to say about him, as there is in the buck in second place. A buck I think when I got my hands on him, Maybe not quite as nice down his top as what we have in our first place buck, but a buck tremendously long topped. You like that? Not quite the length from that last rib back, but once again, a buck tremendously uniform fleece front to rear. I like that about him. To a thicker made buck here in third place. You get your hands on here. You certainly appreciate the width and dimension down that top line. Super nice fleece on this buck. Like the bone work underneath him. Maybe not as extended up through the front end. Maybe not as clean up through that front end. But certainly a lot of nice pieces here in this third place buck, as there is in our fourth place buck. A buck to me that I don't believe handles quite as nicely down his top line as what we have in these three bucks ahead of him. Maybe a bit more inconsistencies in his fleece, but certainly an acceptable fleece. Really 4 nice bucks. Congratulations.
Now ready for Cordell Junior Ram Lambs. Placing on the intermediate Ram Lamb class, first place to entry number 14, Craig 6-4, Craig and Merlau Cordell, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second to entry 15, Freeze 608, Joanna Freeze, New Salem, North Dakota. Third to entry number 13, Peters Cordales, Versailles, Ohio. 4 to entry 12, Peters Cordales.
As we move into our junior lamb class, I think the young lady sheep I choose to start off the class with is the one that's just the most complete by far and away. I think he's the sheep that you can really appreciate in terms of his skeletal build. You can appreciate him in terms of his fleece, the softness that he has in terms of his touch and his fiber diameter, very consistent from front to back. I think just a nice ram here to start the class, very complete. The gentleman sheep that I have here in second, I think one that you look at him, he's very uniform from front to back, but one that's maybe just a notch coarser in terms of his fiber diameter, but he's still uniform in terms of that fiber diameter. He's a stout made, really rugged made type ram. I think where he holds some advantages over the sheep in second is the fact that he gets out and moves just a little bit better in terms of his skeleton. He's a little stouter featured. He's a little better in terms of his stride, and when he gets out there on the side profile and you walk him around, you can appreciate his skeletal design. The gentleman sheep that I have here in third is another really stout, rugged made kind of sheep. I just like to change him when you get him on the move, but I think he still has more to him in terms of center body dimension, in terms of ruggedness from a skeletal build perspective of the sheep that we have to follow him, and a ram that's just not quite as consistent in terms of his britch there as the two sheep up ahead of him. Gentleman sheep that I have here in fourth and the one in fifth are two very nice ram lambs here, I think, that will continue to stouten up and mass up on down the road. They're both really good in their profile and the way they're put together. I think, to me, the sheep that we have up, the one that we have in fourth is just a little stouter in his basic features. You look at him in his foot size and his skeletal width there in terms of his front legs and how he's put together. I think that sheep will just be a little stouter on down the road. I think, as I said, the young lady sheep that we have here in fifth will be a nice one on down the line. I think he just doesn't have as much to him. The young lady sheep that I have here in sixth, I think, to me, is sheep that if you look at him from a fleece perspective, you really can appreciate that. He's very uniform from front to back. He's just not quite as extended, doesn't have quite the same design as some of the sheep up in front of you, but still a nice ram that we've got here. The young lady sheep that we have in seventh, I think one that you can appreciate the stoutness he is, the width of chest, but I think when you get him on the move, you'd like to change him from a skeletal perspective, but a nice set all the way through. Let's give them all a round of applause. Thank you.
For the Cotswolds, we're ready for pair of ram lambs, pair. Placing on the junior ram lambs for the White Cotswolds, first place to entry 11, Meyer, 1624, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second to 58, 601, Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. Third to entry 9, Robert Eade, Abbeville, Illinois. 4 to entry 12, Mackenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 5 to 10, Robert Eade, Abbeville, Illinois. 6 to 13, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey, and 7, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey on entry 14.
Really nice class of buck lambs here in your Cordell show. A really nice one to start with. You get your hands on him. He's very nice, handling down his top, very true down his top line. Love the bone underneath this buck, tremendously heavy boned. Very uniform fleece. You really appreciate the fleece on him. Clean, extended up through the front end. Where he outdoes my buck in second, just a notch longer, especially when you get your hands on the buck in second. Very useful appearing. I certainly appreciate that about him. I like the way he's tied together up through the front end. Maybe not quite the bone work, but still he's very adequate in bone. Once again, just a beautiful fleece on this buck. Very uniform front to rear. The buck in third, super attractive on the side view. You really like the length of top. You like the fleece on this buck. A buck I just like to see travel just a bit differently off his back legs as we put him in motion, but still an awfully nice buck in its own right. Another big frame buck here in fourth, just a little coarser made, just a little bolder up through the front end, maybe a little rounder out through that hip structure, but certainly a buck with some width and dimension in him when you get your hands on him. And we're going to round out the class with a buck with a tremendous fleece on him here in fifth place, but just a buck giving up some size and scale that we have in these bucks ahead of him. Really nice class. Congratulations.
For the Cordales, now ready for pair of ram lambs. Placing on the Cordell Junior Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 17, Freeze 621, Joanna Freeze of New Salem, North Dakota. Second to 19, Lightning Ridge 1626, Lightning Ridge Farm, Sherburne, Massachusetts. Third to 18, Craig and Merlau Cordales, St. Joseph, Illinois. 4-16, Nathaniel Trojanowski, East Hampton, Connecticut, and 5-21, Jeffrey Rupert, Fairfield, Pennsylvania. For our White Cotswold, our pair of Ram Lambs class, first place to Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second, Robert Eade, Attiville, Illinois. And third, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. Now showing for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion White Cotswold Ram. Placing on the class pair Ram Lambs for the Cordales. First place goes to Craig and Merlau Cordale, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second to Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. Third to Lightning Ridge Farm, Sherburne, Massachusetts. And 4 to Peters Cordales, Versailles, Ohio. Now showing Junior Champion Ram, and then we'll show Grand.
I think we've had some very nice rams out here to evaluate. You get them out here from a champion drive perspective, certainly some high quality sheep within each class, and I analyze them in terms of their fleece, in terms of how they're put together. I think there's a couple sheep to me that kind of stick out in terms of their fleece and the way they're put together as a combination standpoint. Then I kind of start to look at them from a skeletal aspect in terms of how they're put together and their design, the way they're built up through the front third of their skeleton, their stoutness, their squareness, the foot size, and the way that they hold their skeleton together in terms of you get them, you study them here, and as they were moving in class. To me, you put all those pictures together, and I think there's a sheep that's the most complete sheep. He puts these pieces together in a way that I can really appreciate, and that's going to be your junior ram lamb. He'll be champion. Congratulations, and I'm going to follow him with the senior ram lamb for reserve. Congratulations to those two exhibitors.
White Division Cotswold Grand Champion Ram is entry number 11 out of the Junior Ram Lamb class. Meyer, 1624, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. The reserve was entry number 5 from the Senior Ram Lamb class. Meyer, 1608, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Now ready for yearling ewes.
Really nice group of buck lambs out here for your junior champion. I could go a couple different ways and certainly justified in my own mind, and the way I'm going to end up doing it, it's basically just splitting hairs here, but there's two buck lambs out here that just kind of impressed me in class, and they'll be junior champion reserve.
For the Cordells, our junior champion ram was entry number 17 out of the Junior Ram Lamb class, Freeze, 621. Jonah Freeze of New Salem, North Dakota. The reserve junior champion was entry number 19. Also from that same Junior Ram Lamb class, Lightning Ridge 1626, Lightning Ridge Farm, Sherburne, Massachusetts. Now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram.
I realize we don't have the largest crowd around here, but let's give them a round of applause. We've got some exceptional sheep out here for your overall Cordell champion. Easily could go a number of different directions and go home tonight and be happy. Well, I couldn't go home tonight, but I could go somewhere tonight and be happy. But today we're going to use your senior champion. He'll be your overall champion. Congratulations. And we're going to come over and use the reserve senior champion. Congratulations. And, hey, come over here.
Grand champion Cordell Ram was entry number 2 out of the yearling ram class, Freeze 502. Jonah Freeze, New Salem, North Dakota. The reserve grand champion ram was entry 9, our reserve senior champion ram from the senior ram lamb class, Craig 1531. Craig and Merlau Cordales, St. Joseph, Illinois. Now ready for early yearling ewes. Early yearling ewes.
Well, we get out here for our yearling ewe class, and I think certainly some nice females, even from top to bottom. We just have some differences, I think, in terms of how they've grown out, but I still think a lot of quality all the way through. Young lady sheep, I choose to start the class off with one that I think puts it together in a nice complete package. I think she's got a high quality fleece on her. I think she gets out and moves nicely from a skeletal perspective. She's still feminine and elevated through that front third of her skeleton. She's designed nicely as she moves around in terms of her top line. And I think she too really has got a lot of center body to her and a lot of maternal traits that you can really appreciate. The young man sheep that I have here in second is a really broody female, a lot of center body to this one, a lot of rib dimension. A female that I'd like to change maybe just a little through her front 1/3. She wants to get just a notch coarser there, not as feminine and attractive in terms of her chest floor. I think one that doesn't balance up quite as nicely when you get her on the move and you look at her as we compare her to my class winner. But I still think if you analyze her skeletally, she ties herself together better in terms of her blades and her top line as we compare her to the sheep that we have here in third. I think that's is what separates them for me. I think they're both nice females that have a nice fleece on them, but the sheep in third, I just like to change skeletally when you get her on the move there in terms of her top line and you can get your hands on her as well. She still, I feel like, though, moves around the ring slightly better than the female we've got in fourth. The one in fourth just seems to get off balance, doesn't maintain herself quite as nicely in terms of her hip and hind leg as she moves around the ring. She has a nice fleece on her, but I don't think she has quite that same attractive profile, design, and balance when we see her travel. Young man sheep that I have here in fifth, one that's certainly a striking female from the side profile. She's very elevated, very elegant and feminine through the front 1/3. But if you look at this one, when she travels, she just wants to track quite narrow, doesn't have near as much center body to her and lower flank as we look at her from a brood ewe perspective, but still a nice female that we have in fifth. Let's give them all a round of applause for their efforts. Thank you.
Now ready for pair of yearling ewes. Placing on the yearling ewe class for the white division of our Cotswold show. First place to entry 15, Meyer, 1516, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second to entry 16, Eade, 326, Robert Eade, Attiville, Illinois. Third place to 22, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 4 to 19, Robert Eade, Attiville, Illinois. 5 to 20, Pineywood Farms, Taylorsville, Georgia. 6 to 17, Pineywood Farms. 7 to 21, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. 8th place to 61, Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. 9 to 18, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. And 10 to entry 60, Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California.
Really nice class of yearling ewes here. Certainly splitting hairs on some of these. And when I came to placing, I think the most complete ewe for me is standing here in first. Super nice handling down her top line. She's clean. She's extended up through the front end. Beautiful fleece on her front to rear. Really appreciate the bone she stands on. The ewe in second, maybe a notch longer. You really appreciate the length she has. Shows you maybe certainly not the bone underneath her as we have in our first place. You maybe not quite the consistency of fleece, but certainly a nice fleece in her own right. I think she's very deservedly is here in second. The ewe in second, super attractive on a side view. You just like to stand back and look at her. You maybe like to square up a notch out through her hip, maybe just change the set of her rear legs just a bit, but certainly a lot of nice things to say about her. The ewe in fourth place, another eye-appealing ewe. Once you get your hands on her, I don't think near as true down her top line is what we have ahead of her. And we'll round out the top five with a super thick made ewe. You appreciate the width and dimension she has. Maybe not quite the extension up through the front end, nor the bone work, but really a nice set of yearling ewes end to end. Congratulations.
For the Cotswolds, we're now ready for senior ewe lambs. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes, first place went to Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second place, Robert Eade, Addeville, Illinois. Third, Piney Wood Farms, Taylorsville, Georgia. 4, Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. And 5, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey.
You get out here the senior ewe lambs, and I think there's a couple females up at the top end that a person could probably go either direction here. Just depends on some of your personal preference or how you'd like to have them designed in terms of their profile or how you'd like to have them built from a fleece perspective. I think to me the ewe lamb I choose to start the class off with, I think she's the ewe lamb that has the best fleece in class. She's the most consistent from front to back. You study her from a side profile. She's very attractive, very feminine in terms of her design. To me, I think the question comes down is there enough to her? Is she broody enough in terms of the way she's put together from an underlying perspective? Will she have enough brood ewe aspect to her on down the road? And I think she will, and I think that's why I go ahead and utilize her. She's still good enough in terms of her flank and has enough body for me today. Young man sheep that I have here in second is one that I really like the way she's put together. She's wide base. She's got some skeletal design to her. She's got a lot of rib shape and dimension. I think if you look at her, she's got a lot of flank to her. She'll be an awfully nice ewe on down the road. I'd just like to change her a little bit in terms of her britch there, make her a notch more uniform as we compare to the remainder of the fleece. But I think from a skeletal perspective, the way she gets out and the way she moves around, I certainly think that's where she holds an advantage over the female that we have here in third. Female in third's a really stout featured female with a lot of center body and dimension to her, but she just doesn't want to maintain her skeleton quite as nicely when you get her out and you get her on the go. Young lady sheep that I have here in fourth, one that's really robust in her center body. She's not the longest or most extended in terms of the class, but I think she's just got a little bit more to her if you study her through her chest width and her rib design as we compare to the sheep that we have behind her. I like the sheep behind her in terms of the softness of handle she has through the front two-thirds of her fleece. She just doesn't want to maintain that uniformity all the way to the back. And to me, where I'd like to change this one is when you get her on the move, she just doesn't have enough to her, to me, in terms of skeletal width and dimension to move on up. But a nice set. Let's give them all a round of applause. Thank you.
Placing on that class of senior ewe lambs for the White Cotswold Show, first place to entry 23, Meyer 1610, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second to 24, Meyer 1607, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Third to 27, Robert Eade, Abbeville, Illinois. 4 to 26, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. And 5 to 28, Robert Eade, Abbeville, Illinois. Now ready for junior ewe lambs. Results from the early class of Cordell yearling ewes. First place to entry 22, Craig 1430, Craig and Merlau Cordells, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second to 26, Philippi 5-26, Philippi Cordells, Hammond, Montana. Third to entry 25, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. 4 to 23, Abigail Thornton, Thornton Farms of Amanda, Ohio. 5 to 28, Lightning Ridge Farm, Sherburne, Massachusetts. 6 to 27, Peters Cordells, Versailles, Ohio. And 7 to 29, Thomas Wallace, Castown, Ohio.
Once again, a very nice class of yearling ewes here. The ewe we're going to start with is just a super sound ewe. She's extremely nice handling down her top. Very clean, extended up through the front end. Really like the way she ties together up there. Tremendous bone work underneath her. You get into the fleece, very uniform, very consistent. You really appreciate that about her. The ewe in second, another long-topped ewe. Maybe not quite the bone work underneath her. Once again, I really like the fleece on this ewe in second. It's very bold. It's got a lot of character to it, very uniform front to rear. But once you get your hands on this ewe, just not quite as much to her as what we have in our first place ewe. Super attractive ewe here in third place. You like so many things about her. You get your hands on her. She's got some width and dimension down that top. Really nice set of feet and legs. Once again, just a tremendous fleece on this ewe front to rear. Maybe gives up a bit of overall length compared to the two ewes we have ahead of her, but certainly a ewe good enough. She's not going to be any lower than third for me today. The ewe in fourth, another attractive ewe on the profile. A ewe, you like a lot of things about her. I like the way she handles down her top. I like the bone work underneath this ewe. A ewe for me just a bit inconsistent front to rear in her fleece as compared to the three ewes we have ahead of her. A really nice fleece, but compared to the three ahead of her, just not quite up to their par anyway. The ewe in fourth carrying quite a bit of fleece down her top, but you get under that fleece, maybe not quite the sheep under there as these four ewes we have ahead of her, but a ewe with a really nice fleece. You like the bone work underneath her. Once again, maybe just a notch shorter made, but really a nice class of yearling ewes. Congratulations.
Placing on the late class of Cordell yearling ewes, first place to entry 30, Freeze 514, Jonah Freeze, New Salem, North Dakota. Second to 34, Craig 1509, Craig and Merlau Cordell, St. Joseph, Illinois. Third to 35, Lightning Ridge Farm, Sherburne, Massachusetts. 4 to 36, Craig and Merlau Cordell, St. Joseph, Illinois. 5 to 31, Peters Cordales, Versailles, Ohio. 6 to 33, Philippi Cordales, Hammond, Montana. 7 to 37, Nathaniel Trojanowski, East Hampton, Connecticut. And 8 to entry 32, Caitlin Wallace, Castown, Ohio. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Cordell Show, first place to Craig and Merlau Cordales, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second to Jonah Freeze, New Salem, North Dakota. Third, Lightning Ridge Farm, Sherburne, Massachusetts. 4, Philippi Cordales, Hammond, Montana. And 5 to Peters Cordales, Versailles, Ohio.
Like to get into these spring ewe lambs, I think a class where we just got a lot of different types and kinds out here, to be honest with you. I think a person could go several different directions depending on where you place a point of emphasis, but to me, sheep that I choose to start the class off with, one that I think is she's a female to me that's got the most to her. I think she's a female that's built wide and square as you study and analyze her, and yet still is feminine enough through that front 1/3. If you look at her in terms of her features as well, she still maintains a nice profile from the side. She balances up nicely. She gets out and moves around the ring. But I think to me, I would like to change her just a little bit and maybe make her not quite as coarse in terms of her fleece, but she's very uniform from front to back. She's a broody female that's got a lot to her. Young lady sheep that I have here in second, one that balances up nicely in terms of her underline, in terms of a side profile. Structurally, she doesn't move around the ring quite as nicely. I would like to alter that about her, but I think where she holds some advantages over the sheep that we have in third is she's square and she's made better in terms of her feet and legs. You study and analyze her through her chest floor and from knee to ground, and you look at her when she gets out and moves from hock to ground as well. I think she maintains her skeletal width just a notch better. The young lady sheep that I have here in third, one that's very uniform in terms of her fleece. She's soft. She's got a lot of uniformity from front to back, but I think one that I'd really just like to change in terms of her underline, her balance when she gets out and moves. She doesn't want to maintain that quite as nicely, and she wants to narrow up there at her knee as if you study and analyze her from a skeletal perspective. The gentleman sheep that I have here in fourth, one that I think to me offers us just a notch more stoutness, although I'd like to change her fleece just a little bit. She's not as uniform from front to back as you look at her from a fleece perspective as the sheep that we have up in front of her, but she's still a high quality female that we have here in fourth. And the young man sheep that I have here in fifth, one that I think, again, I'd like to stouten up in terms of her skeletal features. She's just a notch narrower in terms of her chest floor when you look at her from knee to ground, but I think one that you can appreciate from an attractive profile standpoint, but I'd like to give her just a notch more center body and dimension. But a very nice class. Let's give them all a round of applause. Thank you.
Placing on the Cotswold White Division Junior ewe lambs, first place to entry 63, 610, Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. Second place to 32, Eads 362, Robert Ead of Addeville, Illinois. Third to 33, Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 4 to 31, Robert Ead, Addeville, Illinois. 5 to 30, Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 6 to 62, Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. 7 to 34, Pineywood Farms, Taylorsville, Georgia. 8 to entry number 29, Pineywood Farms. 9 to entry number 35, Alexander Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey.
Really nice class of fall ewe lambs here. Depth certainly end to end. We've got a pair up here on this end. I think they're very similar in type and kind. They're They're built a lot the same way. The ewe we're going to start with, just a super attractive ewe on the side profile. For as big and stout as she is, she's still very feminine up through the front end. She's clean, she's extended, a lot of bone underneath this ewe. And then you get into this ewe's fleece, it's just such a tremendous fleece. It's bold, it's got a lot of character to it, very uniform front to rear. Really appreciate this ewe a lot. The ewe in second, very much like her. Big stout made ewe, she's got some width and dimension down that top line. Once again, a tremendous fleece on this ewe front to rear. Maybe not quite the bone work we have in our first place ewe, but a ewe that you really appreciate a lot of things about. The ewe in third, just maybe a bit different style, but boy, you gotta like a lot of things about her. You like the length of top to her. Once again, a ewe that has a really nice fleece front to rear. It's once again very bold, a lot of character, very uniform. Really like the bone work under her. But when you compare her to the two we're starting in class with, maybe not quite as deep out through that rear flank as what we have, but a ewe that looks like she's going to continue to grow and have a really bright future. We move down into fourth and fifth place. Nothing at all wrong with these ewes. Just get a bit out horse today with these three big, powerful girls ahead of them. Congratulations.
Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the Cordales, first place goes to entry 46, Wolf 056, Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Second place to entry 38, Lightning Ridge 1603, Lightning Ridge Farm, Sherburne, Massachusetts. Third place to entry 47, Craig and Merlau Cordell, St. Joseph, Illinois. 4 to 39, Lightning Ridge Farm, Sherburne, Massachusetts. 5 to 43, Craig and Merlau Cordell, St. Joseph, Illinois. 6 to 41, Thomas Wallace, Casstown, Ohio. And 7 to 44, Abigail Thornton, Thornton Farms, Amanda, Ohio. Placing on the Cotswold pair of ewe lambs, first place goes to Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second to Robert Eade, Adaville, Illinois. Third to Bear Hill, Norco, California. And 4 to Alexander Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey.
We got here to select your champion female. I think 6 nice females out here to me. As I study and analyze them, I think there's a female that probably sticks out in my mind. I think she's a female that's built extremely well. I think she's a female that's got a very nice fleece on her. She's consistent from front to back. She's stout-featured. She's got a lot to her, and yet still maintains a very feminine and attractive profile. That's going to be your yearling ewe. She'll be champion. Congratulations to that exhibitor. I think then as we get out here and study them for reserve, we look at the yearling ewe that we had in second there, a nice high-quality female as well, and we look at the 2 ewe lambs. There's certainly some different ways a person could go in here. To me, though, I think a female that I can appreciate in terms of how she's designed and how she's built. I think one that you can appreciate also, if you look at her even from a fleece perspective, is your fall-born ewe lamb. She'll be reserved. Congratulations to that one.
Cotswold White Division Grand Champion ewe is entry number 15. The yearling ewe, Meyer, 1516, Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. The reserve Grand Champion is entry 23 out of the senior ewe lamb class, Meyer, 1610, Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Now ready for best fleeced animal in the White Cotswold Show, best fleeced animal in the White Cotswold Show. Then we'll have young flock and then the flock.
Really some nice individuals out here for your senior champion. Very happy with all 6 individuals out here. I think they all have a lot of the characteristics, certainly the things that I've been looking for so far today. I'll go out and select your senior reserve senior champion.
For the Cordell Show, our senior champion ewe is entry number 46, first in the senior ewe lamb class, Wolf 056, Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. The reserve senior champion is entry number 30. 30 came out of the late yearling ewe class, Freeze 514, Jonah Freeze, New Salem, North Dakota. Now ready for intermediate ewe lambs. Intermediate ewe lambs, please.
What we got out here for best fleece, and I certainly think we've got some awfully nice fleeces to evaluate. Certainly appreciate the quality of wool that these exhibitors have brought forth here. To me, certainly as I look at them, I think there's an individual out here that's probably the most consistent from front to back, and I think has a really nice touch and feel to it. I think has a good crimp formation, and you look at this one overall, just from a fleece perspective, I think holds several advantages, and that will be the yearling ewe we have here, third in line from the left with the young lady in pink or red. Congratulations, that one.
Best fleeced animal in your White Cotswold show was entry number 15. Our grand champion ewe, Meyer 1516, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Now ready for Young Flock. Young Flock. Placing on the Young Flock, first place goes to Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second, Bear Hill, Norco, California. Third place to Robert Eade, Addeville, Illinois. Fourth place to Alexandria Rogers from Lafayette, New Jersey. Now ready for your flock. Ready for the flock class. placing on the flock, first place in the flock and also the winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second in the flock is Robert Eade, Addeville, Illinois. Third in the flock, Bear Hill, Norco, California. And fourth in the flock goes to Alexandria Rogers of Lafayette, New Jersey. Now ready to move in to our natural colored Cotswolds, natural colored yearling rams.
Really nice set of ewe lambs out here in your Cordell breed. I think we've got a pair of them up here in first and second. They're very similarly built. The ewe lamb we're going to start with, tremendously long topped. You appreciate the length she has, tremendously long handling from that last rib back. Wonderful bone work underneath this ewe. The fleece very bold, a lot of character to it, a very uniform front to rear, a lot of things to like about her. The ewe in second, built a lot like her, certainly not the overall length that we have in our first place ewe, but she's still long top, long from the last rib back. Ewe, when you get into the fleece, certainly not the character that we have in our first place ewe, but it's still a very uniform fleece, very nice in its own right. A really attractive ewe here in third. Maybe not the overall length, certainly, that we have in the two in front of her, but you get your hands on her. She's very nice down her top. She's got some width and dimension to her. Once again, a really nice fleece on her. We get into a big old gal here in fourth place. You appreciate the overall size and scale. You appreciate the width and dimension when you get your hands on this ewe. A ewe I'd like to see walk off just a bit nicer off her back wheels for me today to get any higher in the class. And we're going to round out the top five with a super attractive ewe here in fifth. Extremely long topped. I really appreciate that about her. I'd just like to see her handle her back legs just a bit nicer as we move her about the ring. Really a nice class. Congratulations.
Placing on the Cordell Intermediate ewe lamb class, first place to 48, Craig, 1601, Craig and Merlau Cordells, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second place to entry 50, Craig, 6-35, Craig and Merlau Cordells. Third place to entry 56, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. 4 to 54, Philippi Cordells, Hammond, Montana. 5 to 51, Peters Cordells, Versailles, Ohio. 6 to 52, Abigail Thornton, Thornton Farms, Amanda, Ohio. 7 to 57, Abigail Thornton, Thornton Farms. And 8 to entry 53, Jeffrey Rupert, Fairfield, Pennsylvania.
As we move into the natural color division here of the Cotswolds, I think a nice set of yearling rams to start off with. Young lady sheep, I choose to start off with one that I like just more from a skeletal perspective. I think a sheep that handles himself better when he gets out and moves. He's wider and stouter in terms of his feature. He's got more mass and dimension to him. I'd like to change the way his fleece is presented a little bit. I think clean that up a notch better, and I think he'd be a very nice ram, but I think just from a skeletal perspective, he has some advantages. The gentleman sheep here that I have in second, I really like his fleece. Is presented nicely, does a good job there, but I think a sheep I just like to change when he gets out and moves, especially in terms of his rear skeleton. But a nice class, let's give him a round of applause.
Now ready for natural colored Cotswold Senior Ram Lambs. Placing on the natural colored Cotswold Yearling Ram class, first place went to entry 36, Monroe HV 21, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. Second to entry 64, 515, Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. Now showing Senior Ram Lambs, Senior Ram Lambs.
Well, a nice class of senior ram lambs here in the natural color division. Young lady sheep I choose to start off with. A rugged design, a masculine ram. I think to me, you look at him, he's got just a notch more added extension and design as we compare him to the sheep that we have in second. He's a really robust sheep in terms of his center body. I think he's got a nice fleece on him as well. He's a bit bolder and probably coarser in terms of his fleece than the sheep in second, but he's still very uniform from front to back. Young lady sheep that I have in second also has a nice fleece on him, but to me, if you look at this sheep, there's just not as much to him in terms of the way he's designed out of his rear skeleton when he gets on the move, and in terms of length from the profile and the side view. But I still think there's two nice rams here. Let's give them both a round of applause.
Now ready for Cotswold Natural Colored Junior Ram Lambs, placing on the Senior Ram Lamb class. First to 38, Maverick HV 26, Alexandria Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. Second to 37, Marshall HV 27, Alexandria Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey.
When we move into the spring ram lamb class, I think there's an awfully nice ram lamb here to start off with. I think it's a sheep that's built nicely from a skeletal perspective. He gets out and moves quite nicely in terms of his movement around the ring. If you study him in terms of his skeletal aspects, he's got a nice wide chest to him. He's stout made. He's rugged and masculine in his features. I think till you get your hands on him, you can appreciate the fleece that he has to offer. He's very uniform from front to back. Just a nice high quality sheep here to start this class. Young lady sheep that I have in second, probably the next most robust in terms of his center body and his skeletal dimension. I think a sheep I'd like to change structurally as we look at him and analyze him, especially out of his rear hock set and hind leg, but I think a sheep that probably just has more center body and ruggedness to him. The sheep that we have in third is a nice designed ram lamb, but I think one to me gets a notch narrow in terms of how he's put together. He doesn't want to maintain his hock quite as nicely when you get him on the move and there in the stance. I think he rolls out in his hock. I'd like to change him structurally and just give him more center body. I think the same can be said of the sheep that we have here in fourth. I think a sheep that to me just doesn't have quite as much flank line to him, more balance there I'd like to see overall. I'd like to change him and mass him up just a notch to move him on up. But a nice class all the way through. Let's give him a round of applause.
Now ready for pair ram lambs, pair ram lambs. Placing on the class of natural colored junior ram lambs, first place to entry 66, 607, Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. Second to entry 39, Michael, HV 28, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. Third to entry 40, Lindsay Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. And four to entry 41, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. Placing in the pair class of natural colored Cotswold ram lambs, first place goes to Alexander Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. Now ready to show for natural colored Cotswold champion and reserve champion ram.
Once again, another nice class of ewe lambs. Really a stout made girl to start the class with. I'll admit it's been a bit of a struggle to get a good look at her. She's fighting just a bit. She's really good down her top with her, well, especially the way she looks now. But she's just fighting it today, but you get your hands on her. She is true down that top. She's extremely long-bodied. I really appreciate the length from the last rib back. Tremendous bone underneath this shoe. You get into the fleece, very uniform front to rear, very acceptable. Really appreciate that about her. We get back to a more youthful appearing lamb here in third place. Second place. I really like the way she's tied together up through that front end. Very clean, very extended, sets her head right on top of those shoulders. A ewe not quite the length we have in our first place ewe, certainly not the width and dimension we have in our first place ewe, but a ewe I think certainly has a bright future to her. A really youthful appearing lamb here in third, certainly not the biggest lamb out here, but boy, she's certainly a pretty lamb. Really like the way she handles down her top. She's got a tremendous fleece on her also front to rear. I just think another ewe that's going to have a bright future ahead of her. A little bigger framed ewe here in fourth place, but you get your hands on her. Doesn't handle quite as true down that top line as these ewes ahead of her does. But a ewe that's got tremendous bone underneath her, a ewe with a really nice fleece front to rear, and we're going to round out the class with another really nicely made ewe. You get your hands on her, you certainly appreciate the way she handles down her top. Once again, shortens up a bit, flank to flank. Really nice class. Congratulations.
We get out here and your champion national color drive. I certainly think some nice rams here. I think overall, as I study and analyze them, I think there's a couple rams that probably fit the bill. I think to me, from a perspective of, I think sheep that have got a nice fleece to them. I think sheep that are built correctly as well. Overall, I think there's one though that still just sticks out a little bit between those two. That's going to be your spring ram lamb here. He'll be champion. Congratulations, and then we'll use your fall for reserve. Congratulations to that exhibitor.
For the natural colored champion for the Cotswold show, it was entry 66 out of the junior ram lamb class, 607 Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. The reserve was our senior ram lamb class winner, entry 38 Maverick HV 26 Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. Now ready for yearling ewes. Placing on the class of junior ewe lambs for the Cordell show, first place goes to entry 64, Freeze 635, Jonah Freeze of New Salem, North Dakota. Second place to entry 69, Craig 1619, Craig and Merlau Cordales, St. Joseph, Illinois. Third to entry 68, Lightning Ridge 1628, Lightning Ridge Farm, Sherburne, Massachusetts. 4 to entry 60, Peters Cordales, Versailles, Ohio. 5 to entry 62, Jonah Freeze, New Salem, North Dakota. 6 to 66, Philippi Cordales, Hammond, Montana. 7 to 65, Lightning Ridge Farm, Sherburne, Massachusetts. 8 to entry 61, Peters Cordales, Versailles, Ohio. 9 to 59, Jacob Farrell, Moberly, Missouri. 10 to entry 63, Nathaniel Trojanowski, East Hampton, Connecticut. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Cordales, first place goes to Craig and Merlau Cordale, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. Third, Lightning Ridge Farm, Sherburne, Massachusetts. 4, Philippi Cordales, Hammond, Montana. 5, Peters Cordales, Versailles, Ohio. 6, Jacob Farrell, Moberly, Missouri. And 7, Jeffrey Rupert, Fairfield, Pennsylvania.
Once again, another really nice set of ewe lambs out here for your junior champion today. We're going to use the early class winner for junior champion. We're going to come back to the late class for reserve. Congratulations. Thank you.
What we use
For the National Cordale Show, your junior champion ewe is 48, the first place in the intermediate ewe lamb class. Craig, 1601. Craig and Merlau Cordales, St. Joseph, Illinois. The reserve was entry 64, first out of the junior ewe lamb class. Fries, 635. Jonah Fries of New Salem, North Dakota. Now showing for grand and reserve grand champion ewe. Following that, we'll show best headed individual, best fleece, and then flock. The Cordale silent auction will close 15 minutes following the conclusion of the show today. Cordale exhibitors will meet at the northwest corner of the lobby to select a judge for the 2007 North American 20 minutes following the conclusion of the show.
Well, let's give the exhibitors a round of applause. They brought out a tremendous set of Cordells today. I want to thank them for the opportunity to look at them today. I've certainly enjoyed it. I'll go out and select your champion and reserve champion ewes.
Grand champion ewe for the National Cordell Show is entry number 46, our senior champion ewe. First out of the senior ewe lamb class, Wolf 056, Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. The reserve grand champion was our junior champion, entry number 48. First out of the intermediate ewe lamb class, Craig 1601, Craig and Merlau Cordells of St. Joseph, Illinois. Now ready for best headed individual. Best headed individual.
We get out here in the yearling ewes, and we've got some differences to sort through, and I think, to me, the sheep I choose to start the class off with, one that I think's built very nice. I think she's a female that's got a lot of center body to her, a lot of dimension. I think she's very broody in terms of how she's put together. I'd like to change her fleece, make her more uniform from front to back. I still think she's got a nice, acceptable fleece on her, and overall, I just think she's got the most center body and yet still puts it together in the most feminine and attractive package. Young lady sheep that I have here in second, one that follows my class winner in terms of broodiness, in terms of mass and overall dimension. I think a female that's not quite as attractive up through her front third of her skeleton, doesn't handle her rear legs quite as nicely when you get her on the profile. She does have a nice fleece that's fairly consistent from front to back. Young man sheep that I have here in third is, in my opinion, probably the best fleece of the top five. I think she's the most consistent, the softest in terms of her handle. I just really like to give this ewe just a notch more center body and overall dimension to her, and you get her on the move. I'd like to change her just a little bit out of her rear leg structure. The gentleman sheep that I have here in fourth, one that I think kind of follows the sheep I have in front of her in terms of skeleton. I think she's attractive, but yet I'd like to change her just a notch when you get her on the move. But I think, to me, where she holds some advantages, she's still very feminine and attractive through that front third of her skeleton as we compare to the sheep behind her, but just not quite as nice of a fleece as the female up in front of her. I think the ewe lamb that we have, or the yearling, that we have here in fifth, a really broody female, a lot of dimension. One that gets just a notch plainer and a little bit deeper in terms of her chest and the way she's put together for the front third. I'd like to change her just a little bit in terms of her fleece as well. A nice set all the way through. Let's give them all a round of applause. Thank you.
Now ready for pair of yearling ewes for the Cotswold, pair of yearling ewes. This is best headed individual for the Cordell. Then we'll do best fleece. Placing on the natural colored yearling ewe class for the Cotswolds, first place to entry 44, Bear Hill Blacks 504, Lindsay Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. Second to 47, Melissa HV 22, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. Third to 67, Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. 4 to 68, Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. 5 to 45, Martha Elvira Smith Gomez, Decatur, Arkansas. 6 to entry 43, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. 7 to 42, Lindsay Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. And 8 to 46, Landon Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Cotswold Natural Colored Division. First place, Lindsey Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. Second, Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. Third to Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. Now ready for senior ewe lambs. Best fleece in the National Cordell Show goes to the Junior Ram Lamb, entry 19, Lightning Ridge, 16, best headed is Lightning Ridge, 1626, Lightning Ridge Farm of Sherburne, Massachusetts. Now ready to show for best fleece. Best fleece.
I think we get out here in the senior ewe lamb class. I think two sheep are a little different in type and kind, but to me, the sheep I choose to start the class off with, one that's feminine and attractive, profiling female. Yeah, I think she still maintains enough to her in terms of her center body, in terms of her flank. I think she's got enough broodiness to her. I think she's a little more uniform in terms of her fleece throughout. I'd like to maybe stouten her up just a little bit there through her chest floor and in her features somewhat, but I still think she maintains a nice design and profile. Young lady sheep that I have here in second, one that I like in terms of her center body, but one I'd like to change in terms of her hip and rear leg structure. sure when you get her out and you get her on the move, I think she just doesn't want to handle herself quite as nicely there. But a nice set all the way through. Let's give them a round of applause.
Placing on the natural colored Cotswold Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry 69, 529, Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. Second to entry 49, Muriel HB30, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. Now ready in the ring for Junior Ewe Lambs. Junior Ewe Lambs. For the Cordell show, our best fleeced animal was entry number 62 out of the Junior Ewe Lamb class, Freeze 620, Jonah Freeze, New Salem, North Dakota. Now showing the Cordell flock. Cordell flock. Placing on the Cordell flock class, first place in the flock and also winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Craig and Merlau Cordell, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second in the flock, Jonah Freeze, New Salem, North Dakota. Third to Lightning Ridge Farm, Sherburne, Massachusetts. Four to Philippi Cordells, Hammond, Montana. And fifth to Peters Cordells, Versailles, Ohio. That does conclude the National Cordell Show. Our judge has been Mr. Steve Reed of Houstonia, Missouri.
When we get them out here in the spring ewe lamb class, I think a gentleman sheep I choose to start the class off with, one that's just the most complete in terms of the skeletal aspect she puts together, coupled with her fleece perspective. I think she's very uniform from front to back. I think she's built nice. She's got a lot of center body, and yet still very feminine and designed nicely from a side profile, as well as being stout featured just in terms of her overall bone work and the way she's put together. Gentleman sheep that I have here in second is a little bit more attractive profiling female, maybe isn't quite as consistent from front to back, but there's just not quite as much to her if you look at her through her center body in terms of the way she's put together. But I think she holds some advantages in design and femininity over the sheep that I have here in third. The ewe lamb in third I do appreciate in terms of her center body, her stoutness and her mass. To me, she just doesn't balance up quite as nicely if you study her when she gets onto the move and from the side profile, but she is a very broody type female that'll be an awfully nice ewe on down the road. Young lady sheep that I have here in fourth, one that I'd like to change just a notch from a fleece perspective. I think, and then when this one gets on the move, I'd like to change her in terms of her hip and rear leg set. But I think if you look at her, she's still got some body, she's still got some design linked from the side and elevation through her chest floor. So I think she sorts herself up into that fourth hole. The gentleman sheep that I have here in fifth, one that's a little bit more moderate in terms of her frame score and the way her top line, not as consistent in her fleece, but she's still big-footed. She's got a lot of soundness to her in terms of her general skeletal build at the ground, so I can appreciate that about her. A nice class. Let's give them all a round of applause. Thank you.
Now ready for a pair of ewe lambs. Pair ewe lambs, please.